A monstrous armored bear lunges up on its hind legs and unleashes a terrifying roar that shakes the air. A terrified merchant throws himself in front of the beast, begging it to back off, while he shields his companion from every brutal hit. Huddled at the edge of the tree line, Kokusaka can't believe what he's seeing as shock hits him like a punch. He's desperate to help, but that beast makes him feel completely helpless. The bear hasn't clocked him yet. This is his one shot to vanish before it turns. He absolutely hates himself for turning into that timid, pathetic adult who can't face anything and just runs. He remembers back to when he was just a kid, staring in awe at firefighters like they were heroes from another world. When he was a kid, he'd watch them on TV, eyes wide, gripping his hope tight, desperate to become a hero himself. Now, that dream feels like it belongs to some other lifetime, something he tossed aside ages ago. His thoughts slam back to that strange, stardusted void, drifting there, panicked, asking himself where in the universe he even was. He still remembers riding the train home from work. Then the world snapped dark out of nowhere, and he got completely lost in it. A flashy, game-style window just burst into existence right in front of him with a crisp, magical chime. It slammed the message in his face. You're being summoned, now pick your path. Hero, sage, or demon king. So wiped out from his whole life, he couldn't shake the gut-punch question of who he really was. He had zero intention of stepping into some grand, life-reshaping hero destiny. No sane person would call him wise enough to be a sage. If he were, he'd have way better work than this. Becoming the Demon King felt like signing up for a guaranteed beatdown right in the hero's story. In the end, he hated every single option and just stood there thinking, can I please not choose? He clenches up in panic, bracing for the system to snap back after his refusal to move. A fresh pop-up window bursts onto the screen, screaming that he just uncovered a hidden fourth option and congratulating him like he won the whole game. Someone tells him he'll get an out-of-spec ability, but the words just don't click for him. The system kicks off the transfer, and as it sends him packing, it tells him good luck, while he sputters that this is way too sudden. He jolts awake to golden sunlight pouring through the forest canopy, draping the leaves in warm light. Stunned, he blinks hard, and for a heartbeat the light and shifting shadows leave him nearly blind. He shoots up to his feet in a lush, strange forest, heart racing as he struggles to figure out what's going on. He brushes a leaf, and the instant the texture hits, he realizes this can't be a dream, because it feels painfully real. He stares at the birds gliding past, and those calm little chirps somehow make his confusion feel even louder. Horror claws its way in. 1 second he's gone, and the next he realizes he's actually been dropped into a whole other world. He frantically pats every pocket like crazy, only to realize his phone and wallet are totally gone. Right when he doesn't know what to do next, a translucent status window suddenly flickers into view in front of him. He's completely stunned when he checks his status and realizes his MP is way higher than it should be. A system message flashes. His MP is 10 times higher than any normal mage's. He suddenly clocks it. This whole new world runs like a video game, and then a grin bursts across his face. He takes one look at the full assist, and it's obvious that skill is built to support him in a dozen different ways. The system suddenly throws him a question. Want to go full throttle and install your skills at high speed? With a cocky grin, he nods instantly and shoots back, "Of course!" A tidal wave of information crashes into his mind the moment the skills install. A sharp notification chime bursts out, confirming the install is done, and he can't believe it. He lets the new knowledge sink in deep, then immediately decides to put his powers to the test. He kicks off the mission by popping open his item box and pressing his hand into the rough bark of a tree. He fires a mental command to store it, and a glowing magic circle snaps to life on the tree. The tree dissolves in a flash of swirling light, and for a split second he can only stare in stunned silence. He staggers back a step as the massive tree vanishes completely from sight. A notification flashes from his item box. One lone piece of hinoki wood has officially been stored. He flashes a grin, instantly realizing how insanely useful this new skill is. Next, he decides to test his dismantle skill for real, and it tears materials apart like a cheat code. He can't stop himself from wondering if it'll even bite into the wood, so he shouts the order, then the whole thing kicks off. A sharp chime rings out, and you can tell the wood's been smashed down into 5 hinoki pieces. Now he shifts his focus to the skill that gets his heart racing, creation. He spots a recipe that turns those materials into a simple hinoki staff. He decides to fix it immediately and barks the order to get it made. With a confident, show-stopping flick, he yanks the material straight out of his item box. A heavy wooden staff suddenly slams into his grip, bursting with insane special effects. A sweet little chime rings out, and just like that, boom, your new item is born. His creation sharpens with every use. He racks up experience, levels right into rank 2, and unlocks fresh recipes. He realizes the more he creates, the sharper his skill gets, stronger with every single new thing he builds. He gets seriously fed up with those system windows popping up again and again. He can't stop thinking, is there a way to make this interface feel way easier to use? A sudden flash of brilliance hits him, and he flips the screen from window view straight into image mode. The physical windows vanish in a flash, and for a second, he's stunned by the sudden shift. He shuts his eyes and grins, because the moment he locks in, he realizes he can control everything with nothing but his mind. He shuts his eyes and pictures the interface clearly, like every one of his skills is laid out right in front of him. He stands there, calm and unstoppable, realizing he can fire off every single skill with nothing but his thoughts. With a smug grin, he checks his recipe list and watches it keep growing. He forges a brand new weapon, a tough, magically boosted hinoki hand axe. He raises the axe like it's a trophy, and his appraisal skill flashes its jaw-dropping stats right in front of him. He gets exactly how the skills work, but he's never once raised a real weapon in his life. He decides this is the perfect moment to put his brand new combat skills to the ultimate test. He harnesses pure finesse, then whips the axe through the air in a crushing, thunderous arc. The wooden axe blade whips through the air like a streak, blasting toward a hulking boulder of solid stone. The blast hits like a thunderclap, shattering the rock into a violent cloud of dust and flying fragments. He jerks back with a sweaty, shocked grin, staring like he can't believe he just unleashed that power. He stands amid the wreckage, stunned that a wooden axe could smash solid rock. He stares down his list of skills and realizes, yeah, he's got talent, but the real learning is only just beginning. With power like this, he's certain he can take on this world and live to tell the tale. He decides to grind out upgrades for his creation, leveling it up, honing his skills, and crafting better gear. The sun blasts overhead while he grinds nonstop, forging his new craft into something deadly good. He wipes the sweat off his brow, steals a quick breath, and takes a short breather. He stands in a cleared field, and with his creation rank 5 finally reached, he's just sealed his next level of power. He pauses for a breath, then replays the 3 things he's learned so far like they're clues in the game. New recipes supercharge your experiences, and once you rack up enough of it, your skills rank shoots up. He's already crafted 8 wild creations from hinoki wood, and every single one comes loaded with its own special effects. Even a plain hinoki chair hits you with a crazy S-rank anti-fatigue boost. He decides he's got to hunt down a village before the sun fully disappears. He storms through the thick forest, bulldozing aside the undergrowth like it's nothing. He looks down and realizes he's been walking for ages, and he's not even a little tired. With his transmigrator skill slammed to its max rank, his physical powers get turbocharged. This skill has honed every one of his senses, his sight, his hearing, everything, so he catches details others miss. His enhanced senses catch a faint, distant whisper riding the wind, and it hits him like a warning. He freezes, swivels his head, and scrambles to figure out what he just heard. He cups his ear, strains for the sound, and realizes the scream is pure desperation. He hears the cry for help and realizes it's coming from a man, so he drops everything and launches into a full sprint to investigate. The sun starts to sink and he sprints beneath the trees, stretching long, eerie shadows across his path. He keeps sprinting and the sheer panic of the situation drives him harder and harder forward. He storms out of the tree line, eyes blazing wide as the shocking sight slams into him. He spots that same armored bear going after the merchant, just like it did in his vision. He crouches behind a bush, realizing this bear isn't just nearby, it's dangerous, hostile, and coming for him. The merchant swings a tiny sword like it can stop the monstrous beast, but it's hopeless as the creature towers over him. The bear roars through its own slobber, saliva dribbling from its jaws, completely clueless that Ko is right there. The merchant's face crumples into pure terror as the beast's shadow slams down over him. Kokusaka scowls, because deep down, he knows everyone will always pick their own life over everything else. But then a voice inside his head screams like, "Are you really okay with that selfish choice?" He flashes back to his childhood, grinning as he watches firefighters blazing on TV. He still remembers the moment he saw them as heroes, rushing in to save people with zero thought for their own safety. Back then, as a kid, he burned with one unstoppable dream, to become just like them. Now he grimaces hard because what he's doing, just standing here, cuts straight against the dream he used to chase. He's 100% sure if he leaves them behind, those people will get killed. Even after he gave up on hero dreams, he now wields skills that hit like pure power. A blazing spark of resolve ignites in his eyes, and he finally knows exactly what he has to do. He tightens his grip on the Hinoki axe, ready to charge straight into the fight. With a thunderous roar, he explodes out from the cover of the treeling. He rockets into the sky, unleashing the essence of dexterity like a weapon. The colossal armored bear tilts its head up, and then its face snaps into pure, jaw-dropping shock. The merchant Crom can only stare in shock as the sudden, unexpected help drops out of nowhere. The enchanted wooden axe whips through the air and splits the monster's head clean in two. Krama is left totally dumbfounded by that insane display of power. The beast's severed head smacks onto the grass with a sick, lifeless thud. Ko snapped his gaze to the man and told him flat out, "You don't need to play the hero." He's rushing in to help, asking the guy, "You okay?" Crom stammers can't process what he just witnessed in front of him. He can't help thinking that a guy in a fancy business suit doesn't exactly scream artisan. Chrome fires a question. Did company make that axe that chopped the beast clean in one swing? Ko blurts out, eyes wide with real curiosity. So, is that armored bear a beast worth fearing? The merchant's jaw drops. He blurts out, "You seriously don't know company's reputation?" He breaks it down. It's an A-rank monster. One night is all it takes to wipe out entire villages. Its hide is as tough as steel, so regular attacks bounce off it like nothing. With a sheepish grin, he realizes he pulled off something truly incredible. Crumb shuts his eyes tight, a wave of pure relief crashing over him, and he gladly agrees that he definitely does. As evening drops, Crumb worries Ko to his place in the nearby town. Ko's gaze snaps to the giant abandoned wagon sitting by the roadside. He grilled Cromwell, demanding to know what would happen to the cargo they left sitting in that wagon. Crom is left shaking with despair when his driver and horse vanish, and the good is stranded behind. An idea hits Ko like lightning, and he blurts out a simple solution that instantly tackles the problem. He asks Chrome if he can stash the wagon in his item box for him. Crom squints, totally unconvinced, and says those kinds of storage skills almost always come with tiny limits. Corey grins at him, confidently telling him his own power has no limits. He slaps his hand onto the giant wagon and hits his store skill. Boom! It kicks on. The wagon shatters into sparkling motes of light, and Ko just stands there, calm as ever, right where it was. Crump can only gape in stunned amazement as the whole vehicle vanishes into thin air. Then he watches as Ko carefully tucks away the armored bear's remains too. The merchant just stares in disbelief, begging to know what kind of person company truly is. Coat nervously insists he's probably just a normal woodworker. He instantly cooks up a wild tale, claiming he spent years training deep in the mountains. Once the deal's wrapped up, the two of them set off on a sprinting walk toward the city of Uen. On his way, Cole uncovers two game-changing secrets about this world. He realizes skills come in two flavors, raw innate talent and special learned abilities. And he quickly realizes the locals have zero clue what leveling up even means. Ko realizes his powers are wildly out of spec, and he starts spiraling over what he might be capable of. He drags his fingers along his chin, lost in thought, and asks himself, just how far can he really go? He demanded to know why he was daring that deadly road alone, without even an escort. Crom admits he did hire mercenaries, but the second they spotted the bear, they bolted and vanished. Two co-rulers seethed, convinced it was the worst betrayal imaginable to ditch a client. Crom says he normally hires top-tier adventurers, but this time, every last one of them was booked up and couldn't make it. As the story unfolds, Ko's gut twists. Distrust for the Mercenary Guild just keeps getting stronger. Crom surges forward and shouts that the lights of Owen are finally in sight. The magnificent walled city blazes with light, glowing against the starry night like a fortress straight out of a dream. Ko can barely contain his excitement as he gears up to explore a brand new world city. As they near the main gate, they spot Armored Man in the middle of a full-blown commotion. The men are sprinting to the city guards, shouting that an armored bear has wreaked havoc. Their leader slams the truth down. They fought with everything they had. He's spinning a lie, claiming his client Crom got him reckless and then got himself wiped out by the beast. He squeezes his fist like it's all pretend pain. Also, he can mask how weak his own crew really is. One more mercenary drops his chin, putting on an act of fake sorrow like it's the only thing he's got left after their loss. Ko realizes these are the cowardly mercenaries, and they're already spinning a filthy web of lies. A city guard stares right past the mercenaries, and his eyes blow wide with stunned disbelief. He shouts back, spotting the merchants right behind him, alive and kicking. The guard demanded an explanation, because they just told him, to his face, that he was dead. Crom laughs it off. He's totally fine, thanks to Serko's timely intervention. The mercenaries just stare, utterly speechless, caught in their own lies. Kobe decides he's done arguing. He's bringing irrefutable proof to end this once and for all. With a cheerful grin, he yanks the bear's severed head out of his item box and holds it up for everyone to stare at. The guards and onlookers all huddle back, recoiling in pure horror and disgust. The guard stammers in pure terror when he lays eyes on the so-called woodworker. Crom slams into the mercenaries and demands answers for that bogus report. One of the mercenaries starts stuttering, drenched in sweat as he scrambles for an excuse. Another stumbles over his words, hands twitching with nerves as he struggles to make a single sentence. Their leader, Dox, can only groan in horror, trapped, exposed, and crushed by the very lies he told. Crom jabs an accusing finger at them, shouting that they ditched him and bolted like thieves. The guard captain's face tightens instantly. Now he finally gets it. They've been lying to his face. He slams the truth down hard. Quitting a quest that could cost human lives is a crime so serious it can't be ignored. The guards surge in, all set to drag the disgraced, gutless mercenaries away in handcuffs. Dox explodes into a furious roar, his face twisted tight with pure, unfiltered rage. He pins all the blame on Crom and slams forward with his sword, charging in like he's out for blood. He bursts in and tells Dox straight up that his selfish moves have gone way too far. With a blinding flash, he slams an object into existence, intercepting the incoming attack. He effortlessly dodges every swing of the steel sword using the simple wooden chair he built himself. Doc yells at him to stay out of it, and his attack gets totally shut down. Kokoli snaps back that he'll never let him stir up any more trouble. With pure determination burning in his eyes, he hoists the enchanted chair high over his head. He slams the chair straight onto the mercenary's head. Thud, and the sound lands heavy. Dox gets slammed out cold, his eyes roll back as he crumples and blacks out. He can't stop marveling at how unreal that chair's ear-rank durability is. The whole crowd gapes in shock, and the moment lands so weird and sudden that everyone goes silent. Then the crowd goes wild. Cheers crash over the scene as they shout praise for the mysterious Bear Bro. The whole crowd erupts and hurls a stunned Ko into the sky, cheering like they just won the world. They hoist him up and carry him through the city gate on their shoulders, cheering like they've waited all their lives for this moment. Later, he and Crumb tear through the city streets in a deluxe carriage, riding in pure luxury. When the mercenaries finally finish interrogating him, the night has already swallowed the sky whole. The guards tell him, "We hate this for you, but the mercenary guild's been dealing with nothing but trouble lately." Crom flashes a warm smile at Ko like, "You've truly earned that rest." By hopping on that carriage, he's sure he won't have to stress about where he'll sleep tonight. Crom, the merchant, sits right there and grins as he tells them, "We're here, we finally arrived." Ko's face warped with shock, and even that couldn't stop the feeling, because what just happened is way beyond belief. Right in front of them looms a gigantic, dazzling mansion. No doubt about it, Crom is ridiculously rich. Inside, a line of maids and their butler dropped into a deep bow, welcoming their master back home. Crom practically drags Cohen into the moment, and Cohen can only squirm out an awkward, reluctant, "sure," as he forces himself to stay with his host. He's finally thrown into a jaw-dropping banquet, luxurious feasts piled high with dishes he's never even heard of. His guest room is pure luxury, lavish, grand, and straight out of a top-tier hotel suite. Full and content collapse on a chaise lounge, refusing to ever crawl back to his old life. He can't stop picturing Japan, where all he'll ever get is a lifetime of corporate slavery. This brand new world feels way more exciting, like a door just opened to endless possibilities. Staring up at that mansion glittering under the stars, he makes up his mind. He's going to find a place that's truly his. Tomorrow, his very first job is already locked in. The very next morning, Ko is left speechless when his host dropped a brand new proposal on him. Chrome lined everything up and already paid for a full month of lodging, like a thank you gift. He pitches co-ease in town living. Forget the lonely mountain life, just stay at an inn instead. Crom flashes a confident thumbs up, and everyone knows the ending will be top-notch because his guild owns it. Then he drops the bombshell. He's the real boss behind the mighty Scarlet Trading Company. His terrifying final mission came first. Then he'd finally hand the whole business over to his son. He's convinced the universe just lined up his fated meeting with Ko like a severance gift from the gods. He stubbornly insisted it wasn't his own effort at all. It was his insane skills that saved him. Chrome decides to give the young man a powerful piece of advice, like only an elder could. He breaks it down. Having solid skills is one thing, but knowing how to use them right is a whole different beast. He forces the cowardly mercenaries to come clean, and suddenly it hits. Just how many people waste the talents they're given? Crom can't stop praising Ko because the way he used his skills to save a life was pure mastery. The merchant's razor-sharp wisdom hits Ko like a wave, and for a moment he can't even find the words. He thanked him from the bottom of his heart, then swore he'd take every word to heart. Once Ko says he's itching to travel, Crump steps in and tells him, register with the Adventurers Guild first. The guild card is his key and his proof, and with his power, he's going to skyrocket through the ranks in no time. Ko agrees and goes, wait, I remember hearing about the guild from veteran adventurers. Chroma tells him to armor up at registration because his suit makes him look weak. He nods along with total understanding, clicks with the logic, and makes sure nobody ever underestimates him. As Crom heads out, he's met with a heartfelt thanks because that help and advice meant everything. All alone, he stared at the ground and desperately figured out he needed real armor because that business suit was not going to cut it. Suddenly, a wild idea hits him like lightning and everything clicks in an instant. He doesn't just have an idea, he knows exactly what to do. He suddenly realizes he can forge the perfect armor using nothing but his own materials and his own skills. A system prompt pops up, asking if he wants to equip his creation, and he answers with instant confidence, like, yes, do it. In a flash of pure brilliance, that powerful new armor bursts to life and clamps around his body. The fearsome, armored bear's head slams onto his shoulder as a pauldron, and yeah, that's gotta be more than enough. He throws his body into a dramatic pose, grinning as he admires his brand new armored bear armor, perfect gear for his big adventure debut. The Adventurers Guild doors slam open with a bone-jarring creak, like the place is daring you to step in. He strides into the roaring hall, and it feels just like a packed tavern where adventure never stops. A crew of men instantly spots the unique stuff from his armor. They huddle and murmur, eyes widening as they realize he has to be the legendary bear killer. Company ignores them and looms over the guy at the desk like a shadow that won't move. He strides up to the main reception counter and snaps for the staff's attention. A cheerful blonde girl whips around, flashing a bright smile as if she's been waiting just for him. She pops in with a grin and says, I'm Miria, the receptionist for the Uin branch of the guild. Mariah grins at his amazing fashion, then leans in and asks how she can help him. With Crom's words still ringing in his head, Ko swallowed his nerves and politely asked to register as an adventurer. Miria's professional mask instantly cracks. Her eyes blow wide with pure, breath-stopping shock. She blurts out an apology and admits she just assumed he was a veteran because his insane gear looked too legit. Ko-Smile grins awkwardly and admits, yeah, he's not the legend at all. just a rookie. Still recovering, Miria hands over the registration forms and breaks down the whole process, step by step. He growled about it. Everywhere he goes, boring paperwork always shows up like it's guaranteed. He snaps the quill down with a flourish and declares, loud and final, that he's done. Muriel scans the form with worry, because it looks like he admitted he's terrible at self-promotion. He insists he'd rather dodge a fight if he can, and she nods, accepting his application without hesitation. Then he leans in and demands to know exactly what the practical exam will throw at him. She tells them it's a full-on mock battle set up against one of the guild's toughest instructors. She warns him that today's instructor is no joke, an ex or anchor who braggingly claims he's stronger than even an armored bear. They plunge into the guild's underground training arena, a massive Spartan-style room built for battle. A bunch of curious adventurers shadows their every move, and it drives them quietly crazy. The crowd leans in, whispers buzzing like fireworks, and everyone starts throwing bets on who's going to win this fight. Right before the match kicks off, Miria calls out loud just to steal Kaz's attention. With a fierce stare, she tells him straight up, he doesn't have to win to be right. He just needs to prove he's got the goods, though Ko's already convinced he'll probably win. He slaps his hand onto his weapon and decides right there, no more holding back. He hefts a monstrous wooden mallet and blasts out a promise. He's coming, all strength, no mercy. That mallet tips the scales at over 100 kilos, yet his S+ light armor makes it feel like he's swinging nothing at all. He stomps his feet into the ground, ready to unleash his power. With one thunderous swing, he snaps off a practice blow that whips up a roaring gust of wind. The wind hits like a punch, bam, and the crowd of onlookers gets blasted back, stumbling as they reel in shock. They just stand there, mouths hanging open in pure awe, whispering, "Yeah, the instructor is doomed." A battered old man steps out of the shadows and points straight at Ko, calling him the legendary bear killer everyone's been whispering about. The instructor slowly slides a pair of round spectacles onto his face. With his giant sword coming into view, he swears to the powerful rookie that no matter how strong you are, there's always someone even stronger out there. Coat clocks a veteran's presence in the air and knows one wrong move would cost him everything. Miria steps right between them and declares loud and clear that both fighters are ready to go for the exam. With a bright cheer and her hand held high, she kicks off the match like it's about to explode. The two rivals stare each other down, both locked in silence as he weighs his very first move. The instructor tells Ko, the one on the hot seat, to strike first. Ko shuts his eyes and nods, ready to throw down and make his move. He surges ahead, choosing to bite the bullet and take the instructor up on that offer. A colossal mallet slams down at breakneck speed, packing a crushing, bone-rattling wallop. The instructor slips away with barely any motion as the mallet smashes the crates behind him into splinters. He slips away like it's nothing, dodging the punch's follow-through before the power can even land. The veteran stays ice calm and points out that COS attacks are so wide they miss their mark. The instructor flashes a smug grin, already lining up his own brutal counterattack. He taunts Ko's huge swings, grinning as he claims that the heavy mallet keeps him from ever landing a single hit. A jolt of shock rips across the instructor's face in an instant. With a cocky smirk, Ko immediately flips his strategy. He rockets the massive mallet through the air, blasting it straight toward his opponent. The 100-kilogram weapon rockets across the arena like a lumbering wooden missile. While the instructor darts out of the way, Ko snaps into action and materializes a shield with his creation skill. The instructor whips his sword in with lightning speed, and the blow crashes straight into the brand new wooden shield. The impact slams down like a thunderclap, shattering the instructor's steel sword against the enchanted wood. The whole group of onlookers sucked in a breath, completely stunned by what just happened. Miria rockets forward with her arm blazing overhead, shouting that the match is officially over. With a victory roar, Miria thrusts Ko's arm up high and announces loud and proud that he's won. A whole crowd of adventurers just freezes, wide-eyed, silent, and staring like they can't believe what they're seeing. The dead silence shatters. Then the whole arena explodes with thunderous cheers for the rookie. The instructor finally throws in the towel, and then he praises Ko's absolutely magnificent performance. Ko asks if he's hurt, and the instructor immediately grabs his hand and shakes back. The veteran grabs Ko's shoulders and thanks him for blowing his mind with a brand new, insane way to use the item box. Ko was totally stunned when the veteran adventurer showed her real, earned respect. They lock in a firm, bone-crushing handshake, both of them silently admitting, "Yeah, I respect your strength." The instructor leans in and tells Ko he's got huge expectations riding on his future. Miria hands company his fresh new F-rank adventure registration card and makes it official. Mariah can't hold it in. She's gushing that Ko is seriously tough for knocking out the instructor. Ko shrugs it off with a grin, claiming it was all just because of his skills. Miria steps up and promises to break down the guild rulebook's most important points for you. She breaks down the 7 ranks, then points at Ko like, "Yeah, you're at the very bottom now." She warns him that if he crosses that line with those brutal moves, strict punishment will come down on him hard. To kick off a quest, you slam the request form and your guild card down on the desk. Ko thinks to himself that the whole system feels exactly like a game. Miria grins and tells him to chase B rank because that's how he'll earn a retirement pension. With a graceful bow, she wraps up her explanation and thanks him for listening. Ko decides his next move is crystal clear. He's going to climb his rank, starting right now. Miria wasted no time. She shoved a quest in his face. Collect 50 now herbs. Ko looks stunned at how fast she's getting everything done. He nods and says the quest is exactly for now herbs. Myriad insists they're right nearby. That request form lays it out clear. Every herb you bring in pays a sweet 400 kamsa. He figures the total payout will land right around a solid 20,000 kams. Miria scoots right up to him and whispers that the next part is absolutely crucial. She tells you how the top-tier adventurers usually tag along to guide brand new newcomers on their very first quest. Company doesn't buy it? He's stuck in doubt, wondering who in their right mind would agree to that so fast. Miria shot him a wink, daring him to trust her, because her negotiation skills always hit the mark. Agnes agrees, then hands it all to her, trusting she'll handle the whole thing. With trust swelling in her chest, Mariah bursts off at full speed to track down a partner for him. Cole locks it into his mind. He'll bring it up to Fancom the moment he gets the chance. He remembers handing him an investment bag stuffed with 80,000 comms. After finishing her shopping, Miria barrels back and declares she's found his escort. Ko whirled around, eyes popping wide as he stared at the person Ko brought with her. The moment he spots her, his eyes lock onto her long hair, shimmering like a breathtaking sunset. Then his attention locks onto her piercing crimson eyes, blazing like priceless jewels. Finally, his eyes lock on to those elegant dark horns perched right on her head. Myriad throws a bold, confident gesture, pointing right at the A-rank Dragonade adventurer, like everyone should have seen it coming. She beams as she proudly introduces her, the legendary Iris Fafnir. Iris stands there with her arms crossed, staring at Ko with a calm, icy expression. She clocks him instantly as the bear killer, then grins and tells him, "Just call me Iris." Swamped by pressure, Ko falls right back into his stiff salaryman routine and claps a deep, formal bow like it's the only thing he can control. Iris blinked in shock at his ridiculously stiff greeting. Ko's eyes snap wide the moment he realizes what he messed up, and he curses, because that stiff, formal way of speaking is burned into him. Iris shot his shoulder a quick, gentle pat as they geared up for the quest. She tells him to drop the tension, because from this moment on, they're both in the same adventure crew. Flustered out of his mind, he co-agrees and blurts, "Tell me if you notice anything else weird." Myriad lays it out. Ko lives like a mountain hermit, and somehow has zero common sense. Iris swallows the explanation, and decides she's the perfect escort after all. As they stroll through Yuan, Iris leans in and asks Ko what their very first move should be. Ko gamed it out in his head, like always. He swears he checks the strategy guides first before doing anything. He insists he has to see exactly what those herbs look like and track down where they grow. He also wants a map and monster intel, and Iris immediately nods. Yep, that's the right answer. Iris is blown away, but she snaps at the promising rookie. "Don't you dare get cocky." She shoved the booklet over to him from Miria, insisting it had everything he'd need. He's blown away to find the whole thing packed with maps, sketches, and razor-detailed notes. He says it's basically a strategy guide, and Iris fires back that Miriam made it. A wild flashback hits as Miria blurts out how she got summoned to help the UN branch. Iris leans in and tells Ko that Miria has been a massive help to the branch. Company is completely baffled, stuck wondering why Iris thinks he's Mirius's favorite. Iris leans in and asks, "So, is there anything else we've got to do to get ready?" Ko snaps that they've got to grab supplies because he's got zero proper gear. Iris points them toward the Adventurers District, like, "That's where we shop, let's go." They're shown sprinting through the city's loud, bustling streets, weaving through the chaos like they've got something huge to reach. They grab the usual kit, rope, a torch, flint, and a water skin, then lock it all in like they're ready to go. Ko decides to cram every new item straight into his item box. When Iris asks about capacity, he shrugs and says, "Mine's unlimited," like it's no big deal at all. He asks, "So the normal item boxes are tiny, right?" And Iris nods, confirming it, just like that. She says most adventurers don't rely on luck. They bring out high-performance magic tools. She reaches into that tiny hip pouch and yanks out a massive spear out of pure nowhere. She clocks it instantly. His out-of-spec item box is just another one of his endless cheats. Once all their prep was locked in, they charge straight into the Zero Forest to take on the quest. They kick off the hunt, pushing through the thick undergrowth, hunting for that herb with every frantic step. He spots a plant that matches the illustration in Miria's guidebook down to the last detail. He confirms it. This is the exact plant they've been hunting for, and they've got to collect it. Iris snaps a warning. Don't mess around, because the Neo herb digs in with roots so deep they might as well be buried secrets. Ko suddenly realizes the answer. He needs a shovel, and he doesn't have one. He freezes for a beat, and then, boom, one jaw-dropping, brilliant idea hits him like lightning. Iris kneels beside the plant and asks him, "What's wrong?" A glowing glyph erupts as he taps his item box skill, right there in the midst of the herb. Iris is left totally speechless, one hand pressed to her head as pure confusion crashes over her. He rises to his feet, gripping the herb like it just got pulled from the earth, long roots still perfectly intact. Iris demanded to know what he'd just done, and he told her it was proof of his skill in action. By tucking the buried plant away, he turned that grueling collection mission into something simple. Iris can't help but stare in awe at how this simple skill she underestimated is used in such a brilliant way. Ko spots another patch of herbs just a short distance away. He spots weird little specks crawling over the plant's leaves like it's hiding a secret. Iris spots it instantly, the look-alike Nirana herb, and she's able to tell it apart by those unmistakable red spots. She lets out a heavy sigh and mutters that this quest is way tougher than it looks. She tells him that if he wants all 50 of the right herbs, he'll need to stay calm and wait through it, because patience is the real boss here. Coat just grins like he's waiting for this exact moment to fire off yet another skill. His eyes jerk open, and the moment he taps into the artisan's divine eye, everything lights up. In his vision, the forest floor ignites beneath towering pillars of sparkling light. He leans in, tells a stunned Iris how the skill zeroes in on the exact items that match what he needs. Now that he's found one, he straight up says the rest of the job is a piece of cake. In under an hour, they scooped up every last one of the 50 NAO herbs. As they headed back, Iris couldn't believe how fast they'd smashed through the whole task. He co-credits his skills, and Iris snaps back that Mirio is about to be absolutely blown away. Once the quest ends, Ko finally snaps. There's something he has to ask Iris. Ko turns to Iris and asks, "Can I get a little personal with you?" He can't stop thinking about her people, the Dragonuts, and he needs to find out more. Iris lays it all out. Her descendants are the ancient dragon rulers who once owned this land. They gush that those long lives and rock-solid bodies are honestly the stuff everyone envies. His sudden comment slams into Iris out of nowhere, leaving her totally stunned. She tells him nobody has ever said that to her before, like, ever. Most humans quake at Dragonotes, or worse, they brand them as monsters. Ko snaps to his mistake, then blurts out a quick, heartfelt apology for being so thoughtless. She flashes him a reassuring smile, tells him to drop it, and turns to stride off. She stops dead, then whirls back and catches his face just as he stares at her disappearing. They're standing on a sunlit stone path, and the leaves are raining down like the world is setting the scene for something huge. With a gentle smile, she admits his words lit up her heart and made her genuinely happy. She shot back a smile, and in that quiet look, they both understood everything. They sprint right back to the Adventurers Guild in Uen. Myriad stuns them, already done with the gathering quest, like they never even broke a sweat. Ko presents the NAO herb bundle of 50, confirming it's a total success. Myriad is blown away. Every single herb is exactly right, untouched and perfectly preserved. He breaks down the revolutionary harvesting method he pulled off using his item box. Stunt, Myriad makes his choice. He heads straight for the guild's headquarters to report his technique. She beams as she hands him a massive 20,000 Kamsa bonus for his help. Iris heaps praise on the rookie, but Ko shoots it down. Come on, it was pure coincidence. He hammers the point about Iris, then smirks. Turning luck into an ally is a weapon you can swing. Now he's bunking at the Magnificent, thanks to Cromhat's setup. This is a top-tier, high-class place. No way typical adventurers belong here. Cramped and out of sorts in his armor, he slips into a side alley to hide out. With a sudden flash of light, he swaps his outfit in the blink of an eye. He steps out in his salaryman suit, and somehow it feels like he's blending in. He still feels wildly awkward, and sweat pours down as he panics. That sweet little setup he lined up, it's way roomier than his old Japanese apartment. He's craving dinner, but the moment he thinks about Ian's restaurant, it feels way too fancy for his taste. He's stunned to discover a gourmet guidebook that'll take him straight through the city's best bites. He's absolutely thrilled with the guide's top pick, the dish called Golden Pheasant. 7,500 meals, luxury so wild he never even dared to dream it was real. He raises a toast to his brand new life, swearing he'll give it everything when tomorrow's quest finally hits. The very next day, he's dropped into the massive, wild Phaedos Mountains. He's on a mission to wipe out 5 E-rank monsters called the Lonely Wolves. He's convinced that getting 20,000 combs as a reward is basically the best gig ever. After an hour of frantic hunting, he's come up with nothing, no one, not a single one. But now he's stumbled on 3 brand new potion ingredient types he's never seen before. He decides to fire up his creation skill and brew a batch of potions with it. The system pops up like, want to stash the potion in a water skin? He snaps his skill on. Light explodes into a blazing magic circle that flares around his hand. That heal potion comes with insane S+ recovery power, like it just heals you back in a way that feels unreal. He takes a sip and a wave of satisfaction hits, fresh, mini flavor bursting in like a perfect wake-up call. The moment he took a bite, it slammed into him, the same bittersweet taste of the mints he used to chow down at his old job. Next, he whips up an antidote potion with stats just as ridiculous. He trusts his own judgment and skills, then takes a sip anyway, no matter how it looks. He takes a sip and boom, there's this rich, fancy flavor like the finest grape juice he's ever tasted. He feels danger closing in, whips around, and locks in, ready to throw down. A low growl rumbles through the air, and his smile drops instantly into something dead serious. A lone wolf slips out from the tree shadows, silent and lonely, like it's hunting for something it can't name. The creature snarls and bears a whole row of razor-sharp teeth, pure menace in every bite. He finally nods and declares, "This is the lone wolf I've been hunting." He couldn't believe his luck. His target had walked right up to him. He unleashes his creation, guided by pure skill, and drags a magic circle into view that burns bright with glowing power. A solid little wooden short sword suddenly materializes right in his hand. The lone wolf rockets forward, a streak of pure motion. It unleashes a ferocious roar and storms right in, closing the gap fast. Ko roars back, unleashing the very core of his razor-sharp dexterity skill. He twists out of the strike with effortless, almost supernatural grace. The wolf rockets past him, snapping forward with a brutal lunge, and still misses him by sheer inches. He whips his wooden sword through the air in one sharp, clean arc. The blade cuts clean through the wolf's midsection like it's nothing at all. The beast slams onto the ground, completely wiped out by one brutal strike. He stares in awe at how brutally sharp the sword is, sharper than any metal he's ever seen. He whips around and starts grabbing the spoils from the fallen monster's corpse. He flashes a grin, already imagining that Pelt's going to hand him a fat bonus. With just 4 left, he's feeling untouchable, like he can absolutely take this. A brutal growl right behind him snaps him out of his thoughts and shocks him to his core. He snaps his head around, and there it is, a whole pack of wolves spilling out of the woods like the night itself just opened its jaws. The whole pack screams in one thunderous howl, then they all charge at once. With a battle cry ripping from his throat, he charges straight into the chaos to take them on. He slams his sword down onto the lead wolf's head. A burst of light snaps across the screen, like the world just confirmed he leveled up to 9. He watches the wolf's body crumble away, and right then it hits him. His new power is real. Another wolf rockets toward him, jaws snapping at his side. He slices it clean, and its whole body breaks apart into glittering motes of light. He realizes his new auto-collection skill is ridiculously convenient. He flashes a grin and dives right back into his no-nonsense monster subjugation. He turns into a blur, slashing through the wolf pack like a storm. Carves the enchanted wooden sword straight through them, slicing the air into arcs of pure destruction. He stops dead, eyes widening as another brutal wave of wolves charges in. He's baffled about what's going on, tossing jokes like, "Guess the lonely wolf is on a bargain hunt," like it's all just a bit. Yelps and snarls ricochet through the forest, like the trees are screaming back. The final one of the bunch barrels toward him, screaming like the end of the world. He tightens his grip, ready to smash in the final blow and wipe out this whole wave of monsters. He roars out his last cry and swings one final strike to slice it all down. He exhales in pure relief as the final wolf crumbles into nothing. He snaps open his item box and freezes in pure disbelief when he spots 2031 carcasses staring back at him. He snaps to it. This is a full-blown anomaly, and he rushes straight to the guild to report it. He starts wandering into the silent, peaceful forest where the world feels totally still. One more vicious growl snaps him upright, and he blurts out a fresh exclamation. A brand new wolf shows up, and his expert skill instantly clocks it. This one's a she. As he reads the description, dread slams into him like a punch to the chest. Now he finally gets why the males were running, and it hits him hard that none of this is his fault. He darts in and slashes the female wolf down, refusing to let himself become her prey. The kill once again shoots their power through the roof, snapping them up to level 16. He stares at his status screen and the numbers scream. His power has exploded way past what it was before. He tilts his gaze to the sky, and fresh sparks of hope ignite, like the future just dared him to chase it. He stops dead in his tracks, and his enhanced senses snatch up a fresh sound deeper in the forest. Coat pauses at a calm pond, watches the water for a second, then decides, alright, lunch break time. He hears a noise, snaps his head around, and his face lights up with instant alertness. He stumbles on 2 exhausted adventurers, a young man and a young woman, collapsed right where they'd hit the ground. He grins at them, steps closer and asks, "Hey, are you guys okay?" The adventurers jump back, eyes wide, because a stranger suddenly appears out of nowhere and says nothing. The young man's eyes snap wide as he locks onto Ko's armor, just stunned. He spots the armor instantly and blurts out, "So you're Ko, the legendary bear killer, right?" The young woman jerks her gaze upward, cheeks burning, totally flustered and lost in what's happening. She panics and practically drags Ko to run off the mountain because his life depends on it. The male adventurer bares his teeth and grimly swears it wasn't an armored bear. He points at a giant black spider monster and tells them, straight up, they can't fight it. She leans in and warns him, this isn't some local beast at all, it's a dangerous monster that doesn't belong here. Cole leans in, hanging on every word. They're telling him they're on a straightforward gathering quest. Just when they thought they were safe, the black spider crashed the party, an enemy way out of their league. They were lucky because right there, a rank adventurer showed up, and a dragonette woman stood among them. He scrambles to remember her name, swearing it was Iris. Shocking Ko. Iris. The name crashes through Ko's mind, and dread knots up in his chest like it's alive. The black spider is an A+ nightmare, way more deadly than an armored bear. With teary eyes, the woman admits Iris got hurt while shielding them, and says she's probably gone. Ko leans in, eyes locked on the moment, and one bead of sweat slides down his temple like time is running out. He tells him, don't you dare give up, this isn't over. A dragonute is tough as nails, and there's still a chance it's alive. His face turns stone cold as he demands to know where the black spider is. The young man jabs a finger toward him, basically asking, so you're seriously planning to go, Ko? With grim determination burning in his eyes, he vows he's going to hunt down Iris. The man lunges to stop him, screaming that it's reckless and straight up suicidal. The woman finally agrees to trust Iris's safety to Ko's help. Her companion is stunned that she's actually letting Kogo step up to face the monster. She snaps her eyes shut and says the spirits are whispering one thing: let him go. Cope pauses for a second, staring into the weirdness of spirits in this brand new world. She breaks down how spirit guidance works, and her skill lets her hear their voices clear as day. The man admits it, her skill has rescued them over and over, like clockwork. He finally gives in, but he can't help begging Cone, please, don't go and do something too reckless. Ko flashes a small, calming smile, like he's promising everything will be okay. As they step away, she sends him off with God's blessings, and he swears he'll track down Iris. He sprints through the thick forest, fueled by sheer panic and zero patience. As he sprints, he kicks on his armor's auditory enhancement skill. The skill erupts like fire, stretching his senses deep into the wild beyond what should be possible. He screams her name inside his head, begging the universe, please, let her still be alive. He's terrified that when he finally gets there, it'll be too late. He slams doubt aside and fully trusts Iris to fight through anything and survive. His face looks carved from pure determination, but you can still see the worry lurking deep underneath. He finally clocks it. He's nowhere near as calm as he pretended, and some things hit his heart like a thunderclap. A sharp crack slices through the air, and his enhanced hearing instantly snaps to attention. He slams on the brakes, eyes darting, trying to figure out where that sound came from. He hears the noise and immediately strides that way to investigate. He rockets forward, surging over every force obstacle like it's nothing. His eyes flare wide with fresh, dawning horror as he closes in. He bursts into a clearing where splintered trees and fresh destruction lay everywhere. He spots a dead wolf and his gut twists. Did the black spiders pull this off? He barrels across the flattened wasteland, and pure dread keeps swelling in his chest. His eyes bulge with raw shock as the thing in front of him hits like a punch. He spots the irises again, still shattered, lying in the very heart of the wreckage. He screams her name, and it feels like every nightmare he dreaded is finally coming true. A wave of pure relief crashes over him when he sees she's still breathing. He creeps in with bated breath, scanning for the black spider, because 1 second it was there, and the next, it vanished. He clocks the messed up ground and realizes it screams trap, so he tiptoes forward with total caution. The earth rips open under his feet, and he rockets backward just before impact. The ground rips open, then a monstrous creature explodes out of hiding, shattering earth on impact. A colossal black spider bursts out, screaming a piercing shriek that makes your blood run cold. Sweat drenched him. Now he's staring down a monstrous arachnid face to face. He can feel it. This has to be the dreaded black spider. Venom spills from the monster's massive, clattering mandibles. He clocks that the spider is lightning fast, and then realizes its fangs are packed with paralytic poison. He finally clocks the real play, using Iris's bait to sucker the would-be rescuers into an ambush. The spider hurls out one more bone-chilling shriek as it coils up to strike. It rockets forward in the blink of an eye, its legs slicing the air like razor-sharp daggers. He barely slips out of the way, shouting because that creature is insanely fast and hits like a flash. He knows he can't just bolt, he has to get ready to strike back. He snaps on his essence of dexterity and boom, his wooden sword materializes out of thin air. He whips his sword through a massive arc, crashing into the spider's attack head on. He clenches his teeth and throws everything he's got into that punch. His enchanted blade slams into the spider's tough exoskeleton, sparks flying as they clash hard. That spider gets shoved back a little, but its attacker still breathing down its throat. One hit isn't enough to shut it down. He muttered curses under his breath, furious the monster's defense was damn near unbreakable. He stares at the wound he caused and realizes it's barely anything, nothing even close to a fatal blow. Rescuing Iris is his one mission, so he has to smash through this fight fast. The spider shrieks once more, hurling itself into another furious, unstoppable strike. Cope braces himself and snaps his defenses up as the monster charges at him again. He lifts his sword high just in time, slamming it into the incoming blow like it's about to split the world. He gets slammed by the full weight of the blow, and his whole body screams under the impact. The impact blasts him backward, and he spirals through the air with zero control. He slams into the ground with a brutal crash, and shattered pieces blast outward in a violent storm of debris. He forces himself to rise, and realizes the only reason he's still standing is his armor and the level-ups that just saved his life. He spots his Hinoki sword on the ground, and it's right there, within arm's reach. The spider shoots a thick white glob straight at him, like it's got one target in mind. The sticky webbing slams into him with a disgusting splat, and in a heartbeat he's trapped, pinned in place. He thrashes against the ropes, and it hits him. This web is crazy strong, like it was built to hold him forever. The spider erupts in a triumphant shriek, and its prey is finally trapped in its clutches. He snarls in fury, and it hits him. He's been totally busted. He thrashes against the webbing, but it won't budge. No matter how hard he strains, he can't break free. Pinned to a tree, he stares in terror as the spider creeps closer, inch by inch. He knows one snap from those venomous fangs would drop him dead on the spot. He forces his mind to lock in and hunts for any way out. A desperate, brilliant thought erupts in his mind, lighting up everything in an instant. He remembers opening his item box on a Hinoki tree the moment he first arrived. He slams his back hard into the tree behind him, like he's trying to disappear into it. He slams his skill to the ready, and a blazing flash detonates across the sky. The spider snaps back, completely rattled by that sudden, blinding flash. It lets out a terrified shriek as a hole suddenly opens where the tree used to stand. With the anchor yanked off the web, the code suddenly drops and hits the ground hard. Cole is gasping for air, his whole body still throbbing from that fight. A hulking black spider hovers above him, its many eyes flashing with cruel, intelligent intent. He realizes his item box can swallow that treat too, thanks to the connecting web. With a blinding flash, he bolts out of his own head, already plotting the next move. His face tightens with fresh resolve, like he's about to smash into round 2. He spots Iris's spear abandoned on the ravaged forest floor, like someone tore the fight out of the ground. His hand clamps down on the shaft, and the weapon suddenly feels heavy with purpose. He makes a blood-tight vow to the spear he'll save its master, Iris, no matter what. He screams a war cry and charges ahead, ditching the defense like it never mattered. He ducks under that sweeping leg with zero hesitation, and the wind whips through his hair like a warning. He snaps in a quick, fierce slash with his wooden sword, driving it straight into the joint. The spider realizes every dodge he makes is useless against that thing's monstrous size. But those co-roars from his sword aren't even his only weapon. He rammed the spear straight into the joint, yanking out a black eye core. The monstrous arachnid screams a piercing howl of raw, unbearable agony. He slams into the fight, unleashing a non-stop storm of stabs and razor-sharp cuts. His every move became a relentless blur of hard, controlled punches, hammering the beast without mercy. The spider spots it's outmatched, then flips its strategy on the spot, because it's not just fighting anymore, it's clawing for survival. He slams his guard up again, parrying a brutal strike, and the impact rattles his arm like thunder. He clocks the opening and lines up a jaw-dropping, piercing thrust that's ready to land. He slams his sword down with brutal force onto the creature's armored skull. The spider jerks back, shrieking in furious agony as that wound burns it. He touches down like a whisper, already reading the monster's next strike before it even moves. He smirks, finally clocking that the monster had been toying with him the whole time. Sensing defeat closing in, the spider spins to run, trying to bolt before the fight crushes it. It tears up a cloud of dust and rubble, blinding everything as it slips away. Kostin stood his ground, swearing he'd never let that deadly prey slip away. As it twists around, it spots a sudden flash of light blazing far overhead. The spear rockets down, smashing straight through its thick carapace like it's nothing. The colossal beast convulses in violent shudders, its legs jerking as the final death throes shake it apart. And that's when it all ends. He unleashes a roaring final strike, the decisive blow that shuts everything down. He snaps in with a brutal sword follow-up, one crushing slash meant to end it for good. The blade slices clean through the monster and it crumples for good. No coming back. He turns his back on the split corpse, and at last the battle is finally over. Amid the wreckage, he staggers through it and lets out a long, trembling breath. A notification pops up and screams that he just hit level 24 and unlocked auto-mapping. He studies the brand new map like it's a GPS from his old world, hunting for answers with every glance. He snaps his head side to side, realizing he can't afford even a second to celebrate his new skill. His eyes lock onto Iris's lifeless form, and panic rips a scream out of his throat as he yells her name. He confirms she's alive, but her breaths are so shallow they feel like a countdown to disaster. He snatches up the S+ heal potion he brewed earlier without a single second of doubt. He cradles her head and braces to pour the miraculous elixir into her life. He tips the liquid into her mouth and whispers a desperate plea, praying it'll finally work. A warm golden glow washes over her, and her wounds visibly knit back together right in front of our eyes. His grievous injuries snap shut in just a few seconds. Even her ripped clothes get stitched back together thanks to the potion's insane power. Her eyelids tremble, and with a quiet gasp, she starts to wake up. Every week she whispers his name, and when he finally hears her, relief hits him like a wave. She asks about the spider, and he grins as he tells her it's already defeated. He gently shuts down her panic, tilting the conversation to one thing. Tell me, does anything hurt? She tells them the spider's paralytic poison has pinned her in place, and now she can't move at all. He immediately snaps back to his second creation, the antidote potion. He carefully helps her lift the life-saving drink to her lips and take that sip. Her eyes fly wide with pure shock as the paralysis snaps back, vanishing in an instant. She can't believe it, like the poison never even existed. It's totally gone. She blurts out, "I owe you everything," and admits there's no way she could ever repay it. He tells her, "Hey, why don't you take me out for a meal sometime? Let's call it a little payback to even things up." She flashes him a sly grin and teases, "So, is this your way of asking me out?" He's completely stunned by how bold she is, and heat rushes to his cheeks as they flush. When she sees his reaction, heat rushes to her face, and she blurts out, "Forget it." She tries to push herself up, but her legs are still trembling like they can't trust her after everything she's been through. He darts to her side and grabs her just before she hits the ground. He tells her she can't walk yet, and she quietly blurts out an embarrassed apology. He scoops her up and hurls her onto his back, then barrels through the thick, shadowy forest. She demanded to know why he'd come back, and you could tell she was worried he wasn't just brave, maybe he wasn't even scared. He stops dead for a heartbeat, weighing the truth he needs to tell her. He says his mind was so packed with one thing, saving her, that fear never even got a seat. His words hit her straight in the heart, and she buries her face in his shoulder like she can't hold it in. He asked what was wrong, but she just shrugged and said, "It's nothing." But she leans in and whispers, her voice so soft it can barely be heard. The Yuan Adventurers Guild's giant wooden doors burst open with a thunderous swing. He bursts into the noisy hall, hauling a sleepy Iris on his back like it's dead weight. The two wide-eyed rookie adventurers sprint over, grinning like crazy, completely bursting with joy that they're actually alive. They're stunned he actually beat that monster, and they let out a huge breath because he comes out totally unharmed. Myriad beams at him with a radiant smile, hauling him back in like he's just returned from an epic quest. He flashes a warm grin and tells everyone, loud and clear, "I'm back, safe and sound." Myria flashes a teasing smile and asks what he prefers, but he shuts it down. He's determined to finish his report first. They settle into a private reception room and spill everything that happened that day, piece by piece. Before he even starts, Myria leans in and tells him she's got a secret of her own ready to spill. She flashes her guild card like it's a trophy, thrusting it toward him so he can see it for himself. He stares at the card, totally baffled, like, wait, what am I even meant to spot here? His eyes blow wide with shock as he finally deciphers her official title. She's the assistant branch manager, and right now, she's holding down the role as acting head. He demanded to know why someone this important was stuck behind the reception desk. She breaks it down like this: watch people closely so you can step in and help the moment it matters. He deadpans her, and she doesn't look even remotely like top brass at all. She insists that unveiling her true identity is the ultimate proof that she means every word. She dips into a deep bow, thanking him like he just saved the whole group of adventurers' lives. She steps up, and for the whole UN branch, pours out her heartfelt thanks like it means the world. He's left stunned by how heavy her formal gratitude hits him. Once the pleasantries were gone, she leaned in and begged him to tell his heroic story. He nods and agrees, then leans in to warn her it's a long, wild, and downright strange story. She's completely hooked by the wolf swarm and makes a vow on the spot. She's reporting it straight to headquarters. She's completely stunned that he took down over 2,000 wolves alone. She fires back, "Who are you?" And he can only gasp out the truth. "I'm just me." The rookie's testimony already nailed it. The black spider was real, and its presence had been confirmed. Myriad leans in and demands the one thing. What special medicine did he use to break the deadly poison? He tells them he whipped up the potion himself on the spot and used it right there. She proclaims that his accomplishments will rocket his rank sky high. Defeat that A+ monster and you pocket a jaw-dropping 5 million Kamsa. He gapes at his prize in pure disbelief, blurting out, 5 million? Isn't that way too much? Myriad tells you that A-rank teams usually slice the rewards between the crew, so solo wins don't happen much. He still remembers it, adventurers sprinting to the city gate to rush to his aid, with Iris right beside him. And yeah, they insisted Iris deserved a cut for giving up her life to save the rookies. With a confident wink, Mariah swears that the guild always pays back good deeds. Mariah then shoots you a quick excuse, saying she has to rush off and compile her official report right now. She gapes as the sudden turn of events hits, watching her closely like, wait, what just happened? Jeezy, the battle-scarred instructor, strides up and greets him warmly, shouting his name like they've got business to handle. He tells Ko he's heard all about his exploits and calls it a once-in-a-century achievement. Gisi leans in and asks, "Are you free?" while Ko grins and says, "I'm just heading to dinner." The instructor flashes a grin and says, "Perfect," with a sneaky glint lighting up his eyes. The guild hall doors blew off their hinges as a booming voice shouted that the hero had finally arrived. The whole hall explodes into cheers, roaring for the hero of Uin and the bear spider slayer. Ko gets swept into the celebration, cheers bursting as his loud, rowdy adventuring crew raises a toast for him. He breaks into laughter, clinking drinks and tearing into food with the cheerful women of the guild. He slumps into his seat at the table with the 2 rookies he saved, and they're toasting like crazy. A warm smile bursts across his face, and for the first time, the whole town feels like it's finally chosen him. The wall clock ticks like a drumbeat, showing that the wild party's finally, officially over. Ko's still riding the high of the celebration when his grin freezes, because right as he turns his head, a sudden silence crashes over the room. Iris stood in the doorway asking if he was okay after all that chaos. The whole guild hall goes dead silent, and the crowd scatters like they've just seen a monster, because the dragonette is here. The adventurer muttered, watching everyone steer clear of the dragon at the race. The rookie girl slaps her drunk partner awake, yelling at him to get his butt up. She reminds him it was Iris who ripped them out of the black spider and saved their lives. The young man, fully awake, snaps his head up and yells at Iris, eyes blazing with pure awe. He and his partner dropped into a deep bow, thanking her over and over for saving their lives. Iris is thrown into total panic by their sudden, heartfelt gratitude, and she stammers in pure shock. Ko slides up with a glass of wine, telling her, "You're worn out, and I can see it." He whips around to the crowd and roars, "Listen up, this is what I've got to say." He boldly insists he wasn't the only hero fighting in the day's battle. He lifts his glass high with pride and toasts Iris's unstoppable courage like the whole world needs to hear it. And the whole ship roars back, everyone lifting their glasses in one massive, synchronized toast. Iris watches in silence, and finally that small, grateful smile, right on her lips, shows up like it's been waiting forever. Ko-Hope can't help but hope this moment finally makes her feel like she truly belongs with everyone. 10 days slip by and life in Uin carries on. Quiet, peaceful, and perfectly calm. Ko started settling into his new life, but you can feel the ground shifting. Some big changes are already creeping in. First thing he does, he flips open his brand new card and checks his adventurer rank. Miria was absolutely ecstatic, shouting that his jump from F to D was the fastest anyone had ever pulled off. To climb to C rank, he has to grind through a bunch of town quests, because the locals won't let him pass until he does. His very first quest? Jump straight into the Golden Bear Pavilion restaurant and lend a hand there. The owner waves him off, telling him to drop the formalities and get to work. Ko finds the casual adventurer, and boy, that casual vibe makes slang a little harder to adjust to. He ties on his apron and charges straight into the battlefield called the kitchen. The proprietress lights up with a warm smile, thrilled he's back again to lend a hand. The female adventurer, who's training to be a bride-to-be, beams at him and welcomes him with pure cheer. He admits that back in Japan, he barely ever cooked at all. With a fiery roar, he smashes into his skills and takes down that head of cabbage. His knife whips through the air like a blur, slicing and prepping ingredients with supernatural speed and razor-sharp precision. He stirs a giant pot, then casually dips a spoon to taste the sauce and make sure the seasoning hits just right. The rest of the staff erupted into applause, stunned by the pure finesse he brought to every move. The owner pats him on the back and says, "With you running around Bear Bro, this work suddenly feels way easier." The owner leans in and orders him, "Hill, don't mess this up. Make the quest reward generous." He flashes a thumbs up and declares it loud. When the work is solid and the pay is fair, that's a man's pride. Coat devours a sandwich, convinced those are the exact words his old boss was dying to hear. Then, boom, his second quest of the day sends him straight into helping expand the city's wall. Those ancient walls are getting smashed to make room for the city's exploding population. He storms into the location because they personally called him for this fifth quest. The dwarven foreman beams at him, practically bursting with joy that he'll have his help for yet another day. Ko's only job is to bulldoze through the mountains of construction debris and clear them all out. With the dwarves cheering in front of him, he jams the rubble right into his item box. Then he barrels straight for the dwarven forges on the east side of town. Right there, he stumbles on a huge stash of brand new bricks, freshly made and ready to be hauled out. He slams his item box open again and yanks the bricks straight to the construction site through teleportation. The dwarves push a drink into his hands, but he politely waves it off because he's locked in on his quest. At last, every task is knocked out and the sun starts sinking behind the horizon. He races back to the guild to hand in his report, then slips away with his reward securely deposited. Miria lifts her hand and blows him a goodbye, promising she'll see him again tomorrow. Just as he swings around to go, another adventurer shouts his name, sending him off with a heartfelt wish for good luck. It's Iris. She leans in and asks him if he's already done for the day. Ko asks, "What about her?" And she blushes, quietly saying, "Do you have any plans?" She pitches the idea of dinner together, then gently reminds him not to feel pressured. Ko nods, grinning like, "I'm totally craving beef," and she laughs, "Good, because I know the perfect spot." They dig into a mouth-watering feast, 2 hearty bowls of beef stew, right at the Silver Stag Pavilion. He tells her the meal is perfect, and the moment she hears it, her face lights up because he actually loved it. After they were done eating, Iris leaned in and demanded to know how he ended up with Owen. He blocks the question cold and blurts, "It's a long story," then immediately shifts the focus. "But what about you?" Iris pauses for a beat, stuck, not knowing how to kick off her story. He tells her she doesn't have to say a word if she's not comfortable. Her smile drops and she leans in with a serious gaze. She's hunting an ancient ruin. He finally gets it, without a doubt. Iris isn't just wandering, she's hunting the lost underground city. The moment he hears ancient civilization, his curiosity explodes and his imagination goes wild. He grins to himself, already imagining that classic moment where he stumbles onto some insanely powerful, long-forgotten tech. She tells him sure, legends are out there, but nobody has a clue where it really is. He lights up with a brilliant idea and asks if it'll showcase his mapping skill. He shoots her an invite to check the map with him, and she jumps at it without hesitation. They huddle up tight, eyes locked as they map every twist and contour of the land. She's right there, so close he can practically smell her hair, and it instantly makes his cheeks burn bright red. She asks what was wrong, but he snapped back fast. "Nothing." He mutters under his breath, stuck on one burning question: how the heck he's supposed to find the city's exact location. As he studies the map, his eyes suddenly pop wide with pure shock. A single blinking dot lights up, right there in big, bold text. Entrance to Underground City number 0. He gapes in disbelief, asking himself if this map can really be trusted. He fires a question at Iris, all fired up, desperate to hear what she thinks about the huge discovery waiting to be uncovered. He tells her to check it out tomorrow, and she instantly goes, "Yeah, let's do it." The next day, they plunge deep into the Zero Forest and finally reach the map's exact spot. They stride side by side, faces set in stone, ready to slam headfirst into whatever they stumble across next. They burst into the clearing, only to slam into a bland, empty cliff wall with nothing on it at all. He stares at his fresh black spider gauntlets, already fearing he'll never get a chance to use them. Iris pins her eyes on the cliff and blurts that a hidden door has to be out there, then launches into a frantic search. Ko snaps into action and joins her, dragging his hands across the icy stone as he hunts for a hidden switch. With a thunderous thud, Ko's gloved fist drives into the stone cliff face. He stands inches from a giant cracked boulder, staring straight at it like he can feel a secret buried inside. Clenching his teeth, he shoves with every ounce of strength, and his face twists with pure strain. He tells Iris that his S+ enhanced strength still can't budge it, not even a millimeter. Iris pushes for his item box, and then boom, an insanely brilliant idea strikes Ko. A blinding glyph detonates in midair, then the colossal piece of it starts to vanish, pixel by pixel. Ko and Iris go wide-eyed, stunned as the space that was hidden is finally laid bare. A smooth, arched doorway looms ahead, opening the path into the underground city. His coat brushed the surface, and a weird spreading warmth hit him, so he froze, wondering if it was really that Calcum. Or it hits him like lightning. This is the legendary metal straight out of fantasy tales. Iris throws up the proof. It's orichalcum, that rare metal whose crafting techniques are lost forever. He's convinced this is the entrance, but he can't stop staring at it thinking, alright, how am I even supposed to open this? Right as his hand reaches for the door, ancient glowing text bursts into view. The inscription challenges them. Will the stranger from a far-off land accept the blessing? He can't stop staring at that cryptic message, wondering what it means, right as the words start to fade. A brand new message crashes into his thoughts, blasting that he's officially a transmigrator and welcoming him to the city. Iris suddenly erupts into a scream, yelling his name as a danger closes in from behind. A giant magic circle explodes into the ground, blasting the arena to life and kicking off the trial. A colossal metal foot slams into the ground, and right then, from the circle, a figure rises up. A hulking armored head bursts into view, and one blazing eye snaps onto them like a spotlight. The moment the disguise breaks, the full form of a massive orichalcum golem, the ancient weapon everyone feared, gets revealed in all its terrifying glory. It grimaces in horror, knowing, dreadfully, it's forged from legendary metal. The golem's head snaps around, and that ominous eye locks onto its targets like it's already hunting them. It snaps into action, confirms its target, and declares that the kill starts right now. Iris blurts out Ko's name, and her voice shakes with pure gut-wrenching worry. She charges ahead with guts, yelling at Ko to run, while she stays behind as the perfect decoy. She blurts out, frantic and breathless, that it took a full squad of 20 A-rank adventurers just to barely scrape by and defeat one. Ko-Stans hits the ground with his sword out, and the thought of asking whether he can win is flat out impossible. He boldly says, "You'll never know unless you go for it," and he refuses to run away. He says the moment you ditch someone just to save yourself, you're left with a sour, bitter taste that never really washes out. The golem's single eye blazes, and it rockets forward with a terrifying, game-ending strike. A scorching laser blasts the ground and cuts a blazing molten trench right between them. The ancient weapon's head swivels with every move they make, lining up another devastating blast. At the edge of the smoldering ground, he finally understood how terrifying that laser truly was. He snaps to the answer fast. If it's a laser, it has to be powered by magic. He leans in and demands of Iris how that last party somehow pulled off the impossible and crushed the monster. She tells him they went straight for its eye, the only spot orichalcum didn't cover. Edis choked up and swore they can't get anywhere near it while that laser is still up. Kaz smiles with total confidence, promising he'll be the shield and stop every single attack. Iris locks eyes with him, her face frozen in pure shock and total disbelief. Seeing his unbreakable resolve, she finally chooses to trust him and nods along with his plan. She smirks and dares him to prove he's worth a 19, a ranker. He grins and goes, "Alright, let's go." Side by side, they smash forward, sprinting straight for the ancient war machine. The golems jolted, and I snapped my eyes onto them, straight on the incoming Ko. It blasts another earth-shaking laser beam straight at its target. Ko raises his black spider gauntlet, clenching up like he's ready to take that blast straight in the face. A laser rips into his arm with a violent burst of energy. The golem doesn't budge an inch, but somehow Ko clinches through every hit like it can't even crack him. Iris peers from behind him, her eyes bulging with sheer disbelief. Ko says his gauntlet's S+ absorption magic is siphoning the laser's power right in. With a determined grin, he boldly declares, "With this power, we're going to win." The golem keeps hammering forward with relentless fury, and that blazing eye glows like it's hunting a victory it'll never get. Grunting with every ounce of strength, they shove ahead together, barely surviving as a relentless beam of energy blasts them down. The golem slams on the brakes mid-attack and freezes for a split second, as if it's trying to figure out what just hit it. Snatching the opening, Ko screams, "Iris, move or make it now!" Iris snaps forward with insane agility, vaulting high through the air right over Ko's shoulder. She unleashes a brutal, razor-sharp battle cry as she drops from above. She presses the tip of her long spear right into the golem's eye and drags it clean. The lens explodes into a storm of sparks, while crackling magical energy tears through the air. The massive golem lurches backward, blinking away the light as confusion crashes over it. It whips around with a brutal, massive punch, launching a chaotic counterattack straight at the airborne Iris. He reacts instantly, ready to blow the energy locked inside his gauntlet wide open. Thick black webbing bursts from his hand and snaps around the golem's torso like a trap. He tells them the gauntlet can drink in magic and then blast the black spider's thread like a weapon. The golem charges forward, then bam! Its feet get trapped in sticky threads and its rampage grinds to a halt. The magical webbing groans and strains, gripping that insanely powerful machine like it's fighting for its life. As the golem gets pinned, Ko snarls and rockets forward, going for the final crushing hit. He slams his sword down with a brutal two-handed strike, cracking the damaged head wide open. The legendary orichalcum gets struck and cracks open with a thunderous snap, then shatters into a storm of glass-like fragments. The bound golem slams to its knees as its systems start to break down. It crumples into a smoking pile of lifeless metal while Cole watches, victorious. The battlefield goes dead quiet as Iris scans the wreckage of their fallen foe. She stared in disbelief and demanded to know if they really had won. A system message pops up and tells Ko he finally scraped together enough experience to blast through to level 38. One more message hits. Boom. The trial is officially over, and they hand him full master rights over the entire city. Ko stared in total shock, wondering how the heck he ended up becoming the city's owner. He whips around to the door, and the moment hits, he's finally able to open. Iris yells his name, yanking him to a stop before he can even move one step forward. She thanks him with tears in her eyes, telling him she made it alive because he stood between her and danger. As they walk, he co-replies that he's the one who should thank her. Iris admits that there's no way either of them could have pulled this off alone. She flashes a bright grin, like she's daring them to become the perfect team. She flashes that smile back, and in that split second, they silently agree with nothing but their eyes. He whirls back to the shimmering door and announces, "All right, let's go inside." The door lights up, recognizes his magic pattern, and practically welcomes its master back inside. With a deep, low hum, the massive orichalcum door grinds open, inch by inch. As they stride into the ancient city, they're swallowed by the light, their silhouettes blazing against the darkness. Iris leans in and quizzes him about those wild skills, especially the item box and that auto collection thing. She locks eyes with him and demands to know, does he really have the legendary transmigrated skill? She leans in and tells him that their ancient legends have always spoken of that very skill. Legends swear there's a world out there so far away that its beings arrive with powers so wild they don't even feel real. Ko shoots a sweat drop and realizes she finally cracked his secret. He finally spills the truth. He's a transmigrator and begs her to keep it under wraps. Iris nods along, then tilts her head and asks, "So, are you going to tell me more?" She shot back, "Where's your homeland?" and figured it definitely wasn't on his continent. He muttered to himself, wondering if she'd actually buy the unbelievable truth. He blurts out an apology and says it's just insanely hard to put into words. Iris tells him it's fine, because she's got her own twisted history to carry. She tells him loud and clear that it's all that matters, because she knows he's trustworthy. They point toward a glowing light ahead and declare the long, brutal walk through the tunnel is finally over. Ko and Iris lock eyes, like they already know what they're about to find. Then they're off, ready to tear into the ancient city side by side. They sprint out of the dark tunnel, racing straight for a blinding, arched exit ahead. Stepping out into the blazing light, they flinched and shielded their eyes, stunned for a split second by how bright it was. Right as they breathe, the world around them crumbles into one blank, blinding white light. A blazing, brilliant, artificial sun looms high above a sky washed in gentle, drifting clouds. A gentle stream sparkles as crystal-clear water dances over smooth stones and lush green grass. A sun-drenched valley sprawls out in front of them, gorgeous and unreal, like the world itself is holding its breath. Ko and Iris slam to a halt, their faces flashing pure shock and total confusion. Iris fires a question at Ko. Did they really drop into this underground city? And he shoots back, yeah, like it's a fact. They spot a faint grid etched across the sky, and it hits them hard. So this is real. They're still underground. A sudden blast of noise hits Ko, and his face snaps instantly into a razor-sharp, focused stare. He and Iris lock eyes, and both feel it, the danger closing in fast. They yank their weapons out and brace for a fight as the tall, grassy plains stretch out around them. A jagged, shadowy shape streaks out of the gloom and barrels through the tall grass straight at them. A spiky, gelatinous slime bursts out, panicking hard, and screams that it's definitely not a monster. It's the twist you don't see coming, it turns out. This monster isn't a monster at all. That system window just blares out, Carter Slime, and it reveals its master is none other than Ko. Ko and Iris finally exhale because the creature doesn't look like it's here to fight at all. The slime jiggles with pure relief, and its simple little face lights up with a big, happy grin. It rolls in and claims its role, caretaker slimes, ready to serve their brand new master. Cole shot a confused look at the slime, wondering why it was going on about plural we. A swarm of slimes bursts in, yelling that they've been waiting 4,000 years for him. Yes, 4,000. A huge army of slimes snaps into a synchronized bow, welcoming their brand new master with a loud, trembling cheer. Company, swamped by the moment, can only force out a shaky, stammering greeting back. Iris locks eyes with a tiny, cute slime, her face flat and unreadable. She cautiously pokes its squishy body, and it yelps back that she's tickling it. The tough warrior's tough guy act crumbles, and they break into a soft, delighted blush, like their mask just vanished. Cole watches her react and grins, then leans in and asks what she's up to. Iris blushes hard and throws her hands over her face, while Ko keeps poking fun at her for being obsessed with cute stuff. She looks down shyly and quietly admits she can't deny his observation. The slime leader leans in and demands, "Master, can I tell you about the underground city?" It's basically saying this place is a shelter, an empty canvas, where a whole city can rise from nothing. A system notification blasts on. COS is live, and full assist just linked up with the city. That link finally triggered the hidden conditions, and his creation skill exploded with bigger, deeper effects. Ko freezes for a second, because this new bombshell slams into his head. He snaps his hands to his head, stunned as that sudden, massive skill upgrade crashes into him. He finally gets the hang of this new power, and Iris just watches, eyes wide with curiosity. He tells you his creation skill just unlocked 2 brand new functions here. He snaps a glowing white orb of construction energy into existence in his own hand. He leans toward Iris and tells her, "I'm going to try building something over there in the distance." He points and launches a glowing orb that rockets across the barren emptiness. With grit in his eyes, he blasts into action and unleashes the full power of his brand new skill. With a thunderous boom, a massive 2-story mansion explodes into existence from thin air. Ko and Iris freeze in total disbelief as the instant construction snaps into existence right before their eyes. He gets the first function, and just like that, his MP auto transforms into building materials. The second function lets him snap those materials into place, building whole structures in an instant. Kogrin grinned, saying it was way too fun, like a city building game you can't stop playing. The slimes are stunned out of their minds, staring at their master like, "Wait, What did you just do? He asks if this is the way to build the city, but they shut him down and disagree. A slime straight up tells them, yeah, any normal master would have just taught me with a skill. His system only stamps a few. If you're the one who created it, you unlock this special construction upgrade. The slimes suddenly realize they co-own creation itself, a godlike power so rare it's only handed to a select few. They chant for their special master. Sure, he'll forge a dazzling city from nothing. Iris lets it slip. She's never even heard of creation, and that alone feels like a world-shattering skill. He can co-add to craft weapons, armor, potions, and even chairs. He's building more than just houses. The slimes are bursting with joy because their master is about to build a legendary city. Ko agrees to help them and tells them to hold tight while he takes care of a little business first. Iris snaps in his face that this isn't some small find, it's a massive discovery, and he's got to report it straight to the guild. Sue nodded and remembered the whole professional drill: report, contact, and consult. They vowed to the slimes, "We'll be back," and headed back toward UN for now. Back in UN, Iris stared at her tiny problem and wished she'd managed to smuggle a slime back with her. They storm into the guild and co-explain it. Those slimes can't leave the city. A receptionist cuts in and tells them Miri is gone. She's stuck in an urgent meeting. Ko blurts out that he's got something huge to report, and Ko's like, "All right, I'm listening." He leans in and calmly tells them he's uncovered a lost, ancient underground city. The receptionist goes rigid, pen hanging in the air as she takes in every word he just dropped. Her perfect composure snaps in an instant as she erupts into a shout, absolutely stunned. Iris tells everyone that Ko stumbled on some ruins, and now they need her help fast, because they're trying to figure out what to do next. The receptionist's eyes go wide. She orders them to wait as she rushes off to check with her superiors. Ko and Iris just freeze, completely stunned, as that frantic departure bursts out of nowhere. They're stuck in the reception room, waiting right alongside a scholar from the capital. He offered up one of his golden pheasant sandwiches to swap for an Iris. Iris beams as she gladly accepts, then hands him her own homemade lunch like it's a straight-up trade. Her lunchbox is stuffed with a mouth-watering meal, neatly arranged like it's been prepared for royalty. Ko tries are basically fried chicken. He's not sure it's going to match his taste. He's stunned in the best way by just how insanely delicious her cooking is. He showers her with praise for her skills, and she grins, saying cooking is her favorite hobby. She shuts her eyes and admits it hits different. Being praised by someone feels so good. He can't believe it. Today, Iris is showing him brand new, shocking sides he never expected. A sharp knock at the door hits, and it screams that the receptionist is back. The door smashes open with a brutal clatter, and boom, there stands a brand new figure. A long-haired blonde guy stumbles into view, eyes half-lidded like he's been asleep for hours. Ko had pictured the scholar as some older, tight-lipped type, calm, reserved, and nothing like what he'd end up facing. The man blurts an apology for the wait, and his sharp eyes bore through his glasses like they're searching your soul. He strides in, proudly naming himself Relic D. Hubert, an archaeologist with Duke blood in his veins. Ko suddenly realizes he needs to speak to that nobleman with proper respect. He goes to rise, but Relic shoots a hand up and stops him dead in his tracks. Relic demands they treat each other like equals, no matter how noble he is. He tells her that those stuffy formalities drain him, leaving his body weak and wiped out. With the pleasantries finally out of the way, Relic wastes zero time and dives straight into why he came. He leaned in with desperate excitement and demanded they spill every secret about the underground city. At the ruins, Relic stands there, slack-jawed, staring straight at the city's entrance like it's calling to him. He bursts with excitement, pointing at that massive door like, "It's pure orichalcum!" Ko can't believe it. Relic is freaking out like that one single door is the biggest thing in the world. Relic thrusts his will forward because the door has already recognized his mana. The moment the door glides open, a warm voice roars, welcoming the master back home. Relic presses Ko about why everyone calls him Master, but Ko dodges the question like it's a trap. Ko says he used his mapping skills to track down the city, then rushed in just to verify it for himself. Outside, Relic is getting steamrolled, stammering like crazy as he explains the orichalcum golem. He freezes in place, tongue-tied, staring at the impossible valley blazing under the sun like it's daring him to believe his eyes. Relic stands there stunned, wondering, Could this really be underground? He can't stop staring. This surface world looks recreated down to the last detail. He bursts out that this find will rewrite archaeological history from the ground up. A cheerful slime bounces right up to them, practically singing, "You're home, master!" It transforms into a relic and pops up like a friendly caretaker slime, ready to help. Relic is hit by a silent, bone-chilling scream of pure academic shock. He shot the slime a question. Did it know him, this expert? Ko tells everyone that Relic isn't just some scholar, he's a specialist in ancient civilizations. Relic jabs a finger at the house and asks, "Did the slimes build this?" The slime straight up brags that its master popped it into existence in an instant. Ko confirms he can build anything he wants as the city's new master. Relic pieces together the truth. Ko's job is to finish this unfinished city. Ko tells him he's back to report that everything's fine, then he'll jump into the next move. Relic yanks him in, and he's hit with a rush of relief. He didn't end up plundering those sacred historic ruins. He flashes a blazing thumbs up and swears he'll repay the favor. Kozai's eyes light up as he asks, "Can I request anything?" He begs to be taught the ways of the ancients, all so he can spark his own inspiration. They crowd into the living room for an impromptu Relic's lecture. Relic clocks the weird rule in his house, no shoes allowed, not a single step while he's inside. He muttered that it felt weirdly familiar, like a slice of a Japanese home. He can't stop wondering, what if this whole world is the far-off future of his own life? Relic cleared his throat and kicked off his super formal, super detailed explanation. He claims that an ancient civilization thrived thousands of years ago, long before anyone alive could even imagine. Their mind-blowing magitech didn't just impress people, it flung them straight for the stars. Most of today's tools are just straight-up copies of ancient relics dug out of the past. He goes on about their soaring birds and those four-corner communication slates. Ko suddenly realizes he's been describing the airplanes and smartphones from his own world. Relic keeps talking, and then boom, the entire civilization vanishes without a trace, like it was never there. Ko and Iris watched as the question hung in the air. Was a brutal war behind it all? Relic shakes his head, dark and grim, and says the details are unknown. He drops a brand new theory. Everything gets wrecked by a terrifying force known as the Calamity. Ko freezes in shock, wrestling with the terrifying thought of an unknown monster. A sickening premonition crawls into his bones. This event is tied to his fate, and he can feel it. Iris slams the truth down. The Calamity is real, and it's hiding inside Dragonaut legends. She lays it out like a legend, how their ancestors got crushed in battle, then slammed into a desperate retreat to survive. Relic bridges the gap between the past and the sudden surge of monster attacks hitting right now. Iris points to the weird happenings near Uin like they're slam dunk proof. Ko can't stop worrying. What if the Calamity wakes back up again? That heavy weight of a truth pins all three of them in stunned silence. A tiny slime suddenly pops up from behind the back of the sofa, peeking out like it's up to something. It joyfully declares, "Tea's here for everybody." The slime proudly served up a whole tray of tea and stacked gorgeous pancakes like a feast for royalty. A fork scoops up a flawless, syrup-drizzled bite and raises it straight toward the camera. Ko takes a bite and his cheeks puff up like he's stuffing his mouth with pure power. He and Iris burst out laughing with pure delight, gushing that it's absolutely delicious. The meal's over, and all that's left is a spotless plate staring back like a victory. Relic grins and says he'd be totally fine staying here, pigging out all day. A sudden idea hits him like lightning, and his face instantly lights up with curiosity. He grilled the slime, demanding to know where to nab the ingredients and whipped up those dishes. The slime leans in and tells you its whole body is hooked straight to the item box. Cole's face twists with confusion as he stares at the weird biological connection, like he can't believe what he's seeing. The slime practically vibrates with joy, shouting that the item box is packed with all kinds of goodies. Its body starts to stretch and twist into something unrecognizable, and that freaky relic jolts you with a full-on shock. Ko and Iris just stare, both completely stunned by the wild spectacle. With a loud pop, the slime spits out a brand new, full-size wooden rocking chair. They finally clocked it. Those pancakes were slime, and they all immediately spit out the leftover stuff. Relic slams the throttle again, and the conversation snaps right back to the brutal Calamity. He urged company to start stacking even more buildings across the city. He tells them he's got 2 reasons: solid research and hardcore preparations for what's coming next. He's convinced this city could be the perfect evacuation shelter for Owen. Kogrins leaned in, all fired up by the thought of a real city-building game you could play in real life. He stands outside, itching to unleash his one-of-a-kind construction skills and find out if they're truly up to the challenge. The 3 of them huddle on a hilltop, staring down at the dead, silent, empty valley below. Ko notes he's got a whole mountain of building material saved from being here. He stumbles onto a recipe so powerful it lets him build an entire residential district in one shot. He clenches his fist, and a blazing white orb of pure energy blooms in his hand. He blurts out that it's the construction egg, then hurls it straight into the chaos. The orb detonates in a jaw-dropping burst of world-forging light, blasting everything into existence. In the dazzling glow, the shapes of houses start popping into existence, one outline at a time. A whole perfectly built neighborhood just bursts into existence out of nowhere. The camera locks onto a brand new doorway, spotless and freshly forged, like it just appeared out of nowhere. A lone street lamp glows on a spotless street in the new town. Iris can't believe it. Ko's power feels straight up like the hands of God. She knows it's a one-of-a-kind ability, and its power is unlike anything anyone's ever seen. She slams the brakes on her words, stopping herself right before the forbidden title, Transmigrator. She snaps the conversation away and throws in a bright comment about how beautiful the weather is. Relic practically buzzed with excitement and asked Ko if he could take a closer look. He yells his thanks at the top of his lungs as he races straight into the brand new town. A slime bursts in and tells its master, "I've built a ton of houses. Go ask the slimes if they'll move into the new homes and help set them up." The slime leader rallies the squad and the others burst into cheers, nodding along without a single doubt. He co-narrates that he keeps building, using OOIN as his cheat sheet. He carved out whole districts for trade and food production, and the slimes ran every single one. He and Iris stare out over the new town, stunned by how far everything has already come. Ko wonders where the golden road his creation skill had been pushing him toward. Relic came charging forward, swearing he'd rush back to the king and tell him about this unbelievable discovery. Ko's jaw drops when someone brings up his majesty like it's no big deal. Relic shoots out an apology, then fesses up. Yeah, he's got an official post. He teaches at the Royal Academy's Archaeology Laboratory. Ko can't believe it. Relic turns out to be way more important than anyone ever told him. Relic leans in and tells him to keep his eyes on next month. New magical tools are coming. He admits he's shy, even with all that status he's got in Grantok. Ko smiles warmly at the eccentric yet big-hearted scholar, like he's exactly where he belongs. They promise to stay in touch, then tearfully trade goodbyes like it's the end of the world. Suddenly, the ground erupts into a violent tremor, shaking everything in its path. A brutal earthquake rips the ground out from under the whole group, knocking everyone flat. Cole snapped his head up, and shock, pure, raw panic, hit his face like a punch. Iris gasps in shock as she wobbles and loses her balance. Relic screams in terror as the quake slams him backward. Ko lunges in and snatches both Iris and Relic, locking them steady in his grip. A sudden tremor rips through the street, and Ko, Iris, and Relic get thrown off guard in an instant. Relic yanks his glasses into place, and that quick little trim feels off, weird, wrong, and impossible to ignore. A bouncy slime bursts in, panicking and yelling that something awful is happening right now. A panicked slime screams for its master to follow right now. The trio stares in stunned confusion as the slime blurts out its urgent, frantic warning. The slime charges ahead through the grassy stretch, wagging its way forward and practically daring them to follow. Cole stared with worry, silently asking what nightmare they were about to uncover. They show up and boom, a massive black monolith has torn out of the ground, looming like a nightmare. The slime points out that this weird monolith showed up right after that recent tremor. He stared hard at the glowing geometric pattern, and déjà vu hit him like a punch. Then it clicks. This is the exact same magic circle that called the Orichalcum Golem into existence. Relic drags his fingers over his chin, and the moment his eyes narrow, the monolith's truth clicks into place. Relic blurts out, "A transfer relic!" and bolts ahead like he's been waiting for this moment before anyone can stop him. Iris fires off a question for his opinion, and he shoots back that they can't just brush it off and pretend it doesn't exist. Cove and Iris lock eyes, and you can feel their determination snap into place. Two souls, one unwavering resolve. He stepped forward and slapped both gloved hands onto the glowing circle. A brilliant flash erupts over the party as the transfer magic finally kicks in. They plunge through a pitch-black void, lit only by tiny motes of light floating like scattered sparks. In a pitch-black corridor, Cosmap's skill lights up one razor-straight route, and that's the only way forward. Relic blazes ahead, then whips back around with wide-eyed shock. He sprints toward Ko and Iris with arms wide open, practically buzzing with joy as he spots them. Ko steps in and reassures the emotional Relic, and you can see it get choked up, like it's finally realizing they really care. Iris lets out a wave of relief and confirms he's safe, sending the scholar into pure joy. Ko's face snaps into seriousness the moment that weird noise ahead cuts through the air. A wet slap of sound echoes to the dark corridor, soft but unmistakable. Ko yanked his sword free, barking at Relic to back up because that thing might be a monster waiting to strike. That weird, rhythmic slapping gets louder and louder as whatever's making it closes in on them. A slime with glasses bursts onto the scene, panicking and screaming that it's not a monster. Every single person in the party freezes in pure shock at the sudden, unexpected sight. The slime straightens its glasses and steels itself, ready to make a proper, formal introduction. It bows with charm and proudly introduces itself as the special Magan slime caretaker. It darts its gaze into the dark surroundings, as if to demand, "What in the world is this mysterious place?" The slime leans in and tells him, "We've finally reached the very deepest part of the city." It blasts open the truth. This place is a monitoring station for one of the calamities, a black dragon. Stunned, the co-repeater blurts the same line again, then presses the slime to explain what it meant. He blurts out panicked, "Wait, does this mean we're dealing with more than one calamity out there?" The slime swears that calamities are piling up in waves, just not enough to say how many. Relica is left reeling by this jaw-dropping truth, and Ira can't believe what he's hearing at all. The slime cuts in right away, insisting the real message hasn't even hit yet. It lays it out plain. This deep region is locked tight until the right conditions finally unlock it. Ko shoots a grim question. Will the black dragon be brought back? And the slime answers with a deadly yes. The whole party erupts into pure, bone-chilling horror as they hear the devastating news. Ko clutches his head, and it hits him. This is the same beast that tore the ancients apart. He spirals into despair because this world feels like it was rigged for an impossible difficulty, like a game that refuses to let him win. The slime cracks a map of the dragon's sleep in the Phedos Mountains, and then drops the bombshell. It's going to wake up any second. The slime promises it'll spill more answers, so they all pack up and head to a new place. The party closes in behind him, faces tight with dread as they brace for even worse, grim news. They're shoved into this huge, sterile room, dead silent, until one lonely pedestal sits in the center like the start of something terrifying. It reveals the orb as a high-tech viewing device and dares its master to touch it. Ko thrusts out a gloved hand and softly brushes the orb's surface. The orb blazes to life, snapping the lock wide open and starting the playback right now. A jaw-dropping hologram of a beautiful ancient city flickers to life on the far wall, like the universe just pulled back a curtain. The crew realizes they're not watching the present at all. They're staring at a recording from a jaw-dropping 4,000 years ago. The screen flickers and then boom, the black dragon's horrifying humanoid form snaps into view. A terrifying sphere of destructive energy starts swelling inside the dragon's gaping maw like it's about to explode. The energy roars, churns, and tightens into a blazing ball, about to smash down on the city below. It blasts a cataclysmic beam of energy that swallows the ancient metropolis whole. The city's cutting-edge buildings get obliterated in an instant, wiped out by a devastating blast that turns everything to vapor. The ancient city's people are getting swallowed alive by an apocalyptic blaze. Smoke spits from the dragon's jaws as it roars over the wreckage. The beast rises in triumph above the smoldering crater where the city used to stand. The recording just cuts off mid-sentence, detonating into a blinding white flash that wipes everything out. Ko freezes in shock, his face twisted into pure horror as he stares at what he's just seen. The slime lays out the horrifying truth. Over 1 million people are dead, begging them to finally understand what's coming. Ko suddenly realizes this enemy's power and its massive scale don't belong to this world at all. It's coming from another dimension. Iris grimly likens the dragon to a disaster-level storm that could wipe a whole land clean off the map. A terrified Relic flips to Ko, and his voice shakes like he's drowning in pure fear. Trembling with terror, he snaps, insisting they turn back to UN right now. He begs them to evacuate the UN citizens into the underground city now. Ko's face tightens the moment he nods along with Relic's desperate plan. The slime smugly gives them a 3-day grace period, then makes it a full-blown race against the clock. The slime rips them through a teleport and they sprint straight for the UN Adventurers Guild. They stomp into the guild hall and the place is packed, tense, and buzzing like trouble is waiting to strike. The assembled adventurers stare on, jittery and snapping at the edges. He clocks the tense air immediately, and you can tell he's dying to know what on earth just went down. Miria bursts through the door like a live wire, throwing the guild gates open and roaring, "Ko! Iris! You're back!" She thanks Relic for verifying everything, then leans in and asks, what's really going on in the underground city? Relic shoots back with total confidence, swearing no doubt about it that this is an ancient ruin. Muriel admits they should celebrate, but the truth is, things are way too dangerous to pretend it's fine. Ko snaps, "What happened?" and Miria braces herself to drop the brutal news. Miria just told them they spotted a full-blown stampede ripping through the northern Phaedos Mountains. Coat clenches his jaw and keeps repeating stampede because the terrifying truth behind it hits him like a punch. Iris says a stampede is a sudden, massive surge of monsters exploding onto the scene all at once. That morning, Myriad sounded the alarm. An absurdly massive spike in mana had just been detected. She drops the grim prophecy. Over 50,000 monsters are coming for Owen. A horrified Relic stares in disbelief as it realizes this is a once-in-a-century apocalypse. She says the local lord's forces were already wiped out, so they can't lift a finger to help anymore. She figures out that with forces this small, defending the city feels almost impossible. Mary drops the bomb. She's got one crucial question, and she demands the truth. With desperate intensity, she begs, "Can this city be her shelter?" Ko, Iris, and Relic lock eyes and trade confident grins, like they already know they won't bend, not for a second. Cole locks eyes with Miria and flat out says there's not a single problem, none at all. That night, the whole crew roams through a sprawling underground city, glowing bright like it's daring anyone to look closer. Myriad gasps burst out, and nobody could wrap their minds around it. This whole city is underground. He admits he'd heard about Ko's exploits, but when he sees it up close, it blows every expectation out of the water. Guildmaster Jitan Vardon slams Ko as a total out-of-spec freak, straight up the real deal. Jitan steps up and formally begs for permission to turn the city into a shelter for Uyen. Ko smiles warmly, saying he'd planned it all along. With tears in his eyes, Jitan thanks him from the bottom of his heart, completely overcome with relief. Myriad and the others lock eyes and declare one thing: evacuate everyone from UN, no matter what it takes, and do it safely. Jitom, the guildmaster, locks eyes with Miria and wears a dead serious expression. A worried Megane slime pops into view and starts blurting out an explanation like it can't hold it in. It rockets ahead of the group, blaring urgency as it calls out to its master, over and over. The slime whales blared the news. Something absolutely horrifying has happened. Coat eyes widen as he spots the slime, straight from the city's deepest chamber. He snatches the panicked creature in his grip and speaks to it like everything's fine. Settle down. A slime rushes in and screams that a full stampede is tearing through the Phaedos Mountains. It reveals that a massive flood of magical energy is surging in there, piling up in terrifying, unstoppable waves. The slime panics again, yelling this mana as it all but turbocharges the dragon's revival. Ghostface reels in stunned shock as this absolutely catastrophic news hits like a wrecking ball. The crew stares at a hologram of the black dragon's horrifying power, and it's brutal. Miria's stomach drops when she realizes a creature like that is sleeping right beside her. Jitone trembled as he admitted the stampede alone was already a lost cause. The slime drops the terrifying truth. The stampede kicks off earlier, but good news, you're safe until morning. Now Win has to survive a brutal fight on two fronts, because Ko grimly understanding isn't going to save her. Jitone snaps into action and rushes back right away, ready to start the evacuation preparations. The slime begs Kota to stay because it's got a special spot ready just to show him. Ko questions what kind of place the slime needs to lead him to. The slime cracks it open and reveals a hidden vault packed with treasures left behind by its old master. He stands there, eyeing that one lone door, and asks which one he should open. The slime points out the doors for the hero, Demon King, and the sage, like it's letting them in on a secret. Coke weighs it all in his head because he knows he doesn't belong in any of those roles. He joyfully insists none of them ever applied to him, and that totally stuns the little slime. Right then, a system voice blares. The status check is finally complete. It turns out Ko's creation power is only possible if a sneaky hidden requirement gets met first. With a brutal clank, the first of the three doors shudders as it finally starts to unlock. The ancient locking mechanism on the second door starts to slip free, piece by piece. The third and final door follows the same fate, and it's ready to fling itself open. With a brutal, grinding roar, all three doors fly open at the same time. The slime stares in total confusion, and Ko decides to kick things off by checking from the left. He stomps forward with purpose through a pitch-black hallway, floor tiles flashing like a grid leading into the dark. A calm, unshakable look locks onto his face as he steps into the vault. At the very end of the corridor, a glorious sword gleams under the lights, just waiting to be claimed. He rushes up, and his blood runs cold when he realizes the legendary blade has been snapped clean in two. The slime squares up and calls out the weapon. "That's the dragon-slaying demon sword!" It lays out how the blade got shattered in that brutal battle from 4,000 years ago. He points out the sword is forged for a hero, and laughs because the guy holding it is absolutely not one. Even so, he decides to hunt down the broken pieces and stash them away in his item box. A fresh recipe instantly slams into his mind, and boom, an idea sparks like lightning. Now it clicks. He finally knows exactly what he has to do with the Shatterblade. With a sharp declaration, he snaps his creation skill into action, cranking out something terrifyingly powerful. In a blinding flash, the legendary sword snaps back together, whole, perfect, and reborn. He swings the reforged gram and it's brand new, then insane stats start popping up beneath it like a punchline from the universe. The Magan slime goes totally speechless, its eyes spinning with pure, mind-blown disbelief. It stammers, grilling you like, "How'd you fix it without playing hero?" It realizes his creation isn't just talent, it's a divine skill, powered straight by God. Ko leans in and reveals it. Once he stores the sword, the secret recipe for reforging it unlocks like a hidden door. A text box explodes onto the screen, bragging about the blade's insane S+ power to tear dragons apart. He flashes a grin, brimming with confidence that he can finally stand toe-to-toe with the Black Dragon. Fueled with energy, he pushes to scan the other vaults, and the slime gives him its full agreement. When he finally steps into the Demon King's chamber, he jolts to a stop and gasps like he can't believe what he's seeing. A massive, four-legged war titan looms in front of him like a walking fortress. Or the slime spots it as a weapon and snaps into action, ready to smash the stampede. Ko grabs it, then slams open his item box with a blinding flash. The slime realized only a Demon King could carry an item box that huge. Ko's system flashes that his item box is bugged, its capacity is infinite and way out of spec. The slime clocks it instantly. Ko is firing up his creation skill again. A blinding magic circle erupts as he fuses the cannon with a second item. With a thunderous rumble, a colossal two-legged golem starts to take shape. The mighty destroyer golem is fully assembled, stats blazing on the screen. Company can't hide it. Its eyes go wide as it realizes it's labeled an ultimate weapon. The golem's eyes burst to life with a glowing stare as it greets its brand new master for the very first time. It straight up reaches out its hand, demanding cause orders like a command. The golem thumps its chest, grinning with confidence as it promises it'll stop the stampede. It even throws a thumbs up at the slime, basically asking it to team up. The golem dips into a respectful bow, then just waits there, ready to be unleashed from company. The co-heads charge toward the last door, grinning as the slime goes totally silent. Inside, a single massive black scale splits down the middle like it's been ripped open. The slime locks onto the artifact and declares it's none other than the dragon god's shield. The dragon smashed it to bits, but the slime is convinced that Ko can put it all back together. Code clenched his resolve, then hit his creation skill, focusing it through the shield as everything changed. He can't stop wondering how that legendary divine artifact could be pushed to its next level. He narrows his eyes and a bad feeling crawls up his spine because something's definitely off. To his shock, he finds out he can't fix it no matter what he tries. The slime hints that he's missing the exact materials he needs. It basically straight up admits, yeah, we don't have the exact recipe details. It drops the truth you need, the crimson orb of the dragon god. Kosai's realized he can't just cross borders right now to find it. He decides Graham and the golem are more than enough for the moment. The slime showers Ko with non-stop gratitude for everything he's done. Then it hands him one last bonus gift, like a reward for everything he just pushed through. The slime lashes out a tendril and it starts to glow with a gentle, eerie light. It slips a tiny glowing orb into Ko's palm like it's meant just for him. The orb melts into his skin and a warm, soothing rush floods through him. Cole stares at his hand, shocked as a rush of power slams into him out of nowhere. The slime grins and says the spirits are stepping in now, right when he needs them most. He pats the slime gratefully, like it's his rock-solid go-to power source. He stops cold, staring into the dark, and wonders what the spirits are really like. The slime leans in and tells them, "We're born from raw human emotions, powerful feelings that ignite us into existence." Later that night, back in the house, a tense calm finally settled in like a blanket no one wanted to breathe. Ko asks Iris for an update on the evacuation efforts, again, immediately. She tells them it's all running smooth as silk, with zero panic in sight. Ko exhales in relief, and Iris leans in, asking how his own preparations turned out. He lays out the brutal weapons he snagged from that ancient vault. Iris just stares ahead, serious as stone, soaking it all in like she's unraveling a mystery. Noticing her mood, her co-ass grabbed her attention and asked what was really on her mind. Iris finally decides it's the moment to spill the truth about her mission to him. She spills the truth. She fled her homeland, hunting the legendary shield of the dragon god like it was her only chance. Ko is left speechless, frozen in stunned silence as her revelation hits like a bomb. She tells him the shield vanished 4,000 years ago during the calamity. He realizes that cracked scale is a real problem and decides right now he's getting it back to Iris. He blurted out a wild idea, told Iris to hold up, then slammed the pieces together. Cole stares ahead, jaw set and eyes locked, like a battle plan is snapping into place inside his head. Iris stared at the Wanderers and wondered, could Ko's insane creation skill actually fix the shield? He tells her flat out that right now it's impossible because he doesn't have the required crimson orb. Iris totally blindsides him with a cool, casual drop. She's got the legendary orb right there with her. She slips her hand into the pouch at her side, ready to unveil the sacred treasure for all to see. She lifts the glowing crimson orb of the dragon god, and its power hums softly through the air. Ko snatched the artifact, stunned by the soft, soothing warmth blooming in his hands. She tells him the old legend from the start, urging him to use the orb just like the prophecy demanded. Ko wastes no time. He taps into his power and starts forging the divine item again, right there. A blinding light bursts from him as he locks his focus and pours his will into forging it. The glare fades away, and there it is, an absolutely stunning, freshly restored shield locked in place between them. The magical circle ignites in a blinding glow the moment the final act of creation snaps into place. He proudly shows off the dragon god's shield, reborn and perfectly restored, shining like it never missed a battle. Iris goes wide-eyed when a status window flashes and exposes the shield's insane, divine-level powers. She leans in close, eyes blazing, and whispers like she's staring at something sacred. Iris tilts her head up, eyes locked on something unseen, and a thoughtful frown plus a flicker of worry spreads across her face. Seeing her weird expression, he blurts out, "Everything okay, or is something wrong?" He tells you the shield's locked in place, and yet he can't swing it with his own hands. To unleash the dragon god's Miko power to its fullest, he says you've got to earn it through that skill. He snaps his head around in shock, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as she speaks. Iris flashes a knowing smile, and bit by bit lets the cat out of the bag, revealing the secret of her one-of-a-kind special skill. She fires up with total confidence and declares loud and clear that she's the one who holds the Miko skill. She tells the ancient Dragonate legend of a woman who was born with a Miko's same incredible skill. This Miko has 2 sacred missions: snag the shield and then deliver the Crimson Orb. This time Iris pulled it off. She finished both halves of her mission like a pro. Coke can only stare in shock because this incredible, unbelievable coincidence is just too perfect. He remembers it, every one of the 3 doors swinging wide for him, while Iris clutched the one thing he didn't have. A sudden flash of realization sparks in Ko's eyes as the truth finally clicks into place. It's like the whole road was custom made for him by some unseen hand. Later that evening, the elegant Shizu Jetsuti towered in the stands, silhouetted against the night sky. In his lavish suite, Cole stared at the ceiling with his arms behind his head, tossing and turning because sleep just wouldn't come. He remembers Jitin, the guild manager, telling him to rest up and get ready for tomorrow. He flips and flops in his bed, nerves snapping with anticipation for the battle about to hit. A sharp knock rattles the door and jolts him. Then he swings it open and there's Miria, right on the other side. Maria breaks into a warm, "Good evening," and asks if he's got a moment to spare. In the suite, she sinks into her seat, apologizing for the late hour, but then she leans in and swears it's crucial. She nods and tells him she's got it. He and Iris are going up against the Black Dragon solo. With grim determination, she confirms it. This is exactly the plan. He tells them they're going straight to intercept the dragon, while the others lock down the evacuees and buy everyone time. But Miria shuts her eyes, and in that calm moment, she accepts their choice, like, "I get it." Then she hands him a tiny gift, eyes pleading, and asks him to please accept it. He stares at his open palm, and his mind reels. There's no way this tiny thing could actually help him. He spots a simple, elegant ring with a faint sparkle, and his curiosity goes through the roof, wondering what it is and what it could mean. He studies the ring's cryptic inscription, and the words hint at a challenger coming from some far-off land. He scratches his head over that weird phrase, trying to figure out what it really means, how empty your vessel could be anything but a warning. Mariah is stunned he can read it. Then, just as fast, she shrugs and assumes this is some kind of skill. She leans in and tells you the artifact's real name, the Spirit's Ring. She'd gotten it ages ago. She was told to hand it to whoever dares to challenge the dragon. A sudden spark of realization hits his face as he blurts, "I see!" The ring clicked into his system and instantly unlocked the material synthesis skill. Mirio panics, it must have been cursed. Then he shakes it off and tells everyone he didn't get ruined at all, he just unlocked a brand new skill. She's absolutely stunned, blurting out that skills are supposed to be born in and impossible to change. She's sure that handing it to him was the right move, and he immediately agrees, telling her he thinks the same thing. He raises the ring in front of his face, stunned it sits on him like it was made for him. Mariah beams, likes it too, and nods along, saying that's a truly fine ring. She flashes a wink and spills the truth. She joined the guild, at least partly, just to scrape together enough money for that outrageous ring. Kalik's staring at her, panicking, and blurts out whether this is the moment she has to quit her job for good. She laughs. Of course not, because she's climbing the ladder fast, straight up a career woman on the rise. She's so sure of him that she practically dares the coming threats to try, because he'll crush them with ease. He lets out a shaky laugh, thinking she's totally overrating what he can really pull off. With a bright, radiant grin, she tells him, "You've got this, like everything's going to be just fine." He flashes a small, confident smile, rocking on the strength of her unwavering belief in him. With the tension finally gone, Cole lets out the biggest, most heartfelt yawn like it's been building for hours. His yawn hits like a spark, and Miria can't help but yawn right back. They burst into laughter, realizing they're both getting drowsy, because yeah, it's way past late. Marius straightens up, decides it's time to head home, and tells Ko to get some rest well. They trade quick goodbyes, chanting their best wishes to gear up for tomorrow's fight. The very next morning breaks, and the sun climbs over the elegant inn's roof like it's putting on a grand show. Coast slumps on the edge of his bed, firing up his mind like it's already time to go to war. He tests his fresh new skill. Now he can forge top-tier materials like a pro. Once he farmed enough fin repellents, a whole new, way stronger equipment recipe finally got unlocked. With a cocky grin, he fires up his creation skill, and a blinding burst of light swallows everything. He's finally revealed, rocking his brand new Finra coat, top-tier gear, the kind that screams serious business. With a grim, rock-solid stare, he steels himself and decides, it's go time. His battle gear is finally finished. Now the only thing left is to tear into the fight with everything he's got. The evacuated citizens of Uin stare in awe at the jaw-dropping underground city beneath their feet. The townspeople and slimes erupt in cheers, swearing they'll give it everything in their brand new home. He clears his throat, steels himself, and steps up to face the huge crowd of evacuees. He spins his back to the camera and squares up to the massive crowd packed in front of him. He rolls in and declares himself the city's master, Kokusaka, the adventurer of Muin. He winces at his own formal tone, like, yeah, it's way past time for any of that nice stuff. He tells them their home is already set and urges them to stick to every direction the guild gives. In the crush of the crowd, a man spots him and blurts his name, then demands, "So you're the Bear Slayer." They spot him right away from the quest back in his hometown, and with every remark, they gush about his genuinely kind heart. Iris watches with a warm, knowing smile, practically glowing because she finally sees him get accepted. He steps up in front of the crowd, tall, steady, and totally commanding, like authority has found its voice. He's totally relieved, but embarrassment creeps in fast because everyone thinks so highly of him. Pounding, hurried footsteps crash through the streets of the brand new city. Miria barrels through the crowd toward him, shouting his name like her life depends on it. She gasps out the news. Monsters have started crawling out of the Phaedos Mountains. His expression turns stone cold as he realizes it. This is it. The stampede is finally charging in. Iris demands the evacuation status, and Miria snaps back that they're only 70% done, still not enough time to breathe. With a grimace, they realize, at this pace, they're not going to make it in time. Myriad is crying her heart out, begging them to stop the horde and apologizing like the weight on their shoulders is her fault. Iris grins at them and cheerfully says, "We're not upset, we're just bored," then adds that she's happy about the work. With grim resolve blazing in their eyes, Ko and Iris stride forward to face the oncoming army. The Phaedos Mountains loom in a cloudy gray sky, and the air feels thick with dread. On this endless, dead-flat stretch of land, Ko and Iris brace themselves because a storm is about to crash down. Right here, halfway between Win and the mountains, they're going to intercept the enemy. Iris stares at the exposed spot, but Ko shoots back with a grin, telling her it's totally fine. He shoots his hand up, and a blazing magical glyph explodes out of the ground. Iris jolts in pure shock, her hand snapping up to cover her mouth as disbelief hits. Right as Ko says there's no way they won't get wiped out, the massive destroyer Golem suddenly tears into existence. Iris calls him out for it, and he can't help but admit, smiling sheepishly, that his weird skills are the reason. The golem rolls up to its master and fires off. "Are you ready for my very first deployment?" Ko tells the golem, "It's your moment, shine," and the thing lights up, roaring that it's ready to go. With a blinding flash from its optical sensors, the ancient weapon roars to full power. The golem hits a beastly power pose, and steam blasts from its joints like it's about to unleash total destruction. It cheers its master with all its heart, finally getting a chance to witness the action it's been waiting for. Ko shoots back with a slightly awkward yet totally confident reply to the golem's loud, boisterous chaos. Iris snaps at Ko to look down as the ground starts shaking with terrifying intent. A giant horde of monsters crashes into view, and they both crack up. "Finally, we're here!" Ko asks if she's ready to fight, and she snaps back, "Yes, I am." The golem blares out that its high-output laser is fully charged, then just waits for its master to give the word. Coke shuts his eyes, calm as stone, and fully accepts what's happened. His eyes snap wide and bright, and a confident smile spreads as he thrusts his finger straight at the horde. Ko stands before the colossal golem, then shouts the command, "Attack!" With a thunderous command, he orders the golem to obliterate the oncoming enemy horde by sweeping them all away. A colossal burst of energy rockets across the dead, empty plain, slamming straight toward the monsters. The beam slams into the horde, detonating into a blinding, earth-shaking explosion. The ancient war machine roars and blasts a brutal torrent of pure destruction straight from its main cannon. Iris stares, mouth gaping, whispering, "I can't believe the power I just saw." A towering wall of smoke and dust erupts from the impact site like the sky just got punched. A status window slams onto the screen. Ko has hit level 71, and Akil's is the reason. The golem hisses and vents steam, cools off for good, then declares, "Cleanup starts now." Ko grins and says it's their turn now, promising Iris he'll smash the left flank. Iris grins and dares him to the competition. If he loses, he's paying for the winner's dinner. Ko Smirk snaps into it, agreeing he'll have to go all in if he wants to win that bet. Hand in hand, these two adventurers and their hulking golem barrel straight into the last wave of monsters. Coat seizes the moment to finally test what Finner Coat can really do. He unleashes his coach's Yixerang Divine Speed's Blessing, and the boost hits like a thunderclap. He stares in disbelief as the whole world around him grinds to a crawl. A giant, spider-like monster rockets toward him, but now its attacks crawl along, slow, sluggish, and easy to spot. Cole springs into the air with impossible grace, soaring over the rampaging beast while his sword is held at the ready. With one smooth, brutal motion, he drops Graham and splits the monster clean in two. He unleashes a brutal cry without even slowing down, then snaps straight to his next target. He slips under another spider and whips his huge blade upward, setting up for a brutal slash. The second monster gets wiped out just as fast. He never even gets a chance to react to that speed. He stands in the middle of the carnage, and that insane burst of speed has him winded on the spot. He finally realizes that power was a monster of its own. Using it tore out a whopping 60% of his MP. He decides to hold that skill back, using it sparingly and leaning on his own natural MP recovery to get him through. One of the last spider monsters spins around and bolts off the battlefield, trying to escape before it's caught. Coast smirked and refused to let it slip. He was going to chase it down and finish it for good. Graham decides this is the perfect moment to test how hard his sword can hit. With a thunderous shout, he rips open the world and unleashes God S+, an all-out war cleave. A blast of pure energy rips from his sword, surging straight toward the monster. The monster gets cut cleanly in half by that brutal ranged attack. He levels up again to 72, and you can practically see the stats leveling with him because now they're genuinely impressive. He realizes the cleave gets stronger and reaches farther the more mana he pours into it. With his heart pounding, he decides to unleash the War God's cleave at full power and see what it can really do. Suddenly, his sword, Graham, starts shaking like crazy, ripping out of his grip with wild, violent vibrations. He lifts the glowing, buzzing sword high above his head, staring like, "What the heck is going on here?" A system message blasts the news. Black Dragon is back to life, and instantly his dragon slaying skill kicks on. A grim smile flickers across his face, and he realizes the real fight is only just getting started. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Iris finds herself boxed in. Those wolves close in from every side. One of the wolves rockets forward, jaws stretched wide as it slams straight into the attack. Her divine shield snaps a hexagonal barrier into place, and the wolf's attack gets slammed to a stop instantly. With a battle cry that tears through the air, Iris surges forward to turn the tables and counterattack the beast that got pushed back. She drove her spear forward and nailed the wolf straight through, and it yelped in pure agony. She grits her teeth, furious, muttering that they just keep coming. There's no end in sight. She keeps slicing through the endless pack of snarling wolves with deadly skill, like it's nothing. Right in the middle of the fight, she abruptly freezes, eyes popping wide with pure, sudden alarm. With a blur, Ko pops up right at her side, and she nearly jumps out of her skin. He blurts out an apology for interrupting, but she's so stunned she can't believe how fast he showed up. A crimson orb sunk into her shield starts throbbing, pouring out a sick, dark glow. His face tightens and he snaps at her to stop messing around. The black dragon is on its way. Iris is left totally frozen, staring in horrified silence as the terrifying truth hits. In a jolt of terror, she bolts out to him on instinct, shouting, "Master!" She tells him, "Keep your eyes on the black dragon," while she jumps in to mop up the rest of the monsters. Ko nods and thanks her, and she lets out a small laugh, totally charmed by how their moment went. She says they mesh perfectly, and he nods like, yeah, we're partners in this fight. Coke snaps at his map, then spits a warning. The black dragon is asleep in the Phaedos Mountains. The map screen lights up with the exact spot where the dragon is about to crash into the world. He pushes them toward the location, and that unwavering iris locks in and agrees to go. Weapons bared, the two heroes sprint straight for those distant mountain peaks. They tear through the forest, faces tight with panic as they feel the dreadful arrival closing in. They crane their necks and bam, there it is, a gigantic, flawlessly black sphere, hovering in the sky like it owns the place. A sudden crimson burst of energy tore across the ominous sphere like lightning, cracking the surface in a fierce web. Ko and Iris shoot a look skyward in pure shock, clenching up as they brace for whatever's about to hit. They huddle side by side, eyes locked on that dark sphere as it throbs with pure, world-ending power. Realization slams in with pure horror. This thing looks exactly like an egg ready to hatch. The crack snaps open in a blink, blasting a huge chunk off the sphere's dark shell. Crack spiderweb across the sphere's surface as it finally falls apart completely. With a final thunderous blast, the whole sphere detonates and shatters into a blinding flash. A terrifying roar tears through the air as the dragon's massive fang blasts out of the light. The colossal bee's jagged tail snaps out, and its lettered wings burst open from the chaos. The black dragon of annihilation finally fully manifests, an apocalypse made into a monster. Ko stares of the beast. He spots it instantly and calls it the Calamity, the Black Dragon. The dragon's massive, slit-eyed gaze locks onto them, cold, ancient malice burning like it's been waiting for this moment. It throws its jaws wide and unleashes a deafening roar that rattles the heavens itself. Ko winces, staring at the sheer roar. It's so loud it feels like it's crushing everything in its path. He claims his skill has her back, then rushes up to a struggling Iris and demands, "Are you okay?" Edis tells him not to underestimate the dragon's ironclad will at the race. Ko shoots her a small, proud grin, amazed by how stubbornly strong she keeps fighting. His appraisal rings true. Only a demon sword made to slay dragons can cut through it. He tells Riley, "If I hadn't found Graham, I'd have ended up with fleas." With a smug, confident grin, he announces, "All right, let's kick things off, after a quick warm-up." The black dragon hangs high above the clouds, and with those massive wings, any direct attack feels totally out of reach. Graham clutched the reforged sword with both hands, a determined grin flashing across his lips. He hoists that colossal blade over his head and screams a battle cry that shakes the whole battlefield. With Iris right beside him, he barrels forward and slashes, blasting a huge arc of energy out of his sword. A black dragon looms overhead, glaring down with glowing, hateful eyes that burn with dark intelligence. The energy wave slams into the dragon's wing, and dark blood erupts into the air like a violent splash. The colossal beast throws its head back and unleashes a gut-punching roar filled with raw agony. Kogren realized his attack was working. His hits were landing hard against the beast. The dragon grips its injured wing, the wound stinging like fire, but it's not enough to finish it. Confident, he grips Graham tight, convinced that once his sword is up, he'll take the fight. The dragon throws its jaws wide, and a furious whirlpool of apocalyptic fire starts churning inside its throat. Kozai narrowed his eyes, sensing the brutal power swelling in the dragon's next strike. He shouts to Iris and hands her their defense, trusting her as she braces her shield. The Iris steps up and vows she'll pay back that life debt, swearing she'll absolutely protect him no matter what. She slams into action and activates the Dragon God's barrier. Out of nowhere, a massive hexagonal shield shimmers into existence. The dragon roars and blasts scorching fire breath, an unstoppable storm of destruction smashing straight into the barrier. The beam crashes into the divine shield, and it doesn't even flinch as it grinds through the apocalyptic power. The dragon keeps blasting fire. Flames roar over the shimmering shield, scorching everything around it. Iris grits her teeth, sweat flying off her face as she braces her shield and fights the crushing force head-on. The moment the dragon's breath hits, the barrier starts to split and shatter under the raw, crushing force. The dragon bellows with pure fury. Its rampage gets slammed to a stop because the divine artifact stops it cold. Raging, the black dragon rockets into the sky, its massive wings thundering as they beat the air. It flips through the air, and its stare snaps onto the two adventurers waiting below. Ko and Iris stare in terror as the dragon winds up for its next strike. A colossal beast plummets from the sky, claws out, aiming to crush them to pieces. The dragon's claws crash into the dragon god's barrier with a terrifying, earth-shaking impact. The barrier screamed, split apart, and shattered to pieces under the raw, unstoppable force of the calamity. The barrier bursts into flying shards as the dragon slams down on them from above, right onto their post. Ko's face tightens the moment he kicks on his yet skill, Divine Speed Acceleration. With everything happening in a blink, he rockets upward, leaping into the air to collide head-on with the calamity. The dragon jolts with shock as a mysterious figure suddenly drops into its path. Iris snaps her gaze up, her face frozen in pure shock as she watches Ko tear off with insane speed. Her face snaps to pure terror as she realizes he's charging that dragon alone. Iris lunges in front of him and intercepts the hit, and then he finally turns to her and says thanks. Ko declares that his first move has to be stopping the dragon dead in its tracks. He lunges forward and thrusts his black spider gauntlet ahead, unleashing its crushing power with a grin. A storm of thick black webbing bursts from his hand, streaking straight at the dragon. The web snaps tight around the dragon's midsection, yanking it into a helpless bind while it hangs in midair. The bound dragon gets ripped out of the sky and drops like a stone, totally losing control of its fall. Ko and Iris brace hard as a dragon slams into the ground just a few steps away. The dragon bellows in raw fury, thrashing against its ropes as it's pinned to the ground. Iris turns to Seo and asks, "So, are we actually winning against the black dragon right now?" Ko smirks and confirms it, then he vows to smash the moment while his mana refills. He channels every ounce of power into Graham, ready to unleash it all in one devastating attack. The enraged dragon hunches forward, ready to blast another deadly wave of fire straight from its maw. Energy rips and spirals inside the dragon's mouth, gathering into a deadly blast, ready to fire. Ko hurls his energy beam, and the dragon blasts a roaring stream of fire. Both attacks crash toward each other at breakneck speed. Two cataclysmic forces slam together, unleashing a titanic, blinding blast of raw power. Ko gets blasted backward, planting his feet as the shockwave slams into him. With concern clawing at his chest, he shouts Iris's name as the two of them stand there, staring at the aftermath. Iris breaks into a smile, and it's like she's reminding him, "Don't forget, I promised to protect you all along." Ko smiles back with a real warmth, thanking Iris for her help and the courage that never wavers. They can't help but blurt out, "Is the black dragon finally done for? Fingers crossed it's over for good." Their faces snap to shock and horror as a brand new presence suddenly shows up. In a swirl of smoke, two blazing eyes ignite in the dark, burning with rage that never fades. A black dragon erupted out of the smoke, roaring through the pain, wounded but absolutely still alive. Ko feels a weird jolt surge through him, and he can't help but wonder what the heck is happening. He grips his head with both hands, face twisted in agony as his strength drains out of him. The status window flashes as his MP tanks, way faster than it should, and it's terrifying. He realizes the dragon has kicked on Darkfield, an ability that gulps up all the mana around it. He clenches his teeth as he realizes the dragon's moves are crushing his MP regeneration to the point he can't keep up. With his MP in the red, he knows there's no backing out. He has to end this right now. A grim resolve hardens his face, because he already knows there's no other choice. He hoists Graham high into the air, then dumps every last drop of his remaining mana into it. He unleashes the full, terrifying power of the war's cleave, God S+. A beam of pure energy crashes straight into the black dragon's protective barrier. He shrieks because he knows if this strike misses, it's game over. A brutal beam slams into the dragon's defenses, roaring with crackling power. Coast rained down pressure, hurling his full strength into the attack and driving it to push even further. The dragon's barrier starts to buckle, then tears apart into splinters under the relentless onslaught. The barrier explodes into a million shards, and in an instant the dragon is fully exposed. The beam keeps drilling into the dragon's chest, carving through its defenses and dealing a brutal, life-threatening wound. Ko's eyes bulge with shock and despair as he realizes his attack totally whiffed. He drops to his knees, choking on air, screaming that he shattered the barrier, then realizes his MP is totally gone. The wounded dragon unleashes one last furious scream, pure agony and rage ripping through the air. It spits out one final, desperate fire breath, an all-out torrent of total destruction. Iris shrieks Ko's name and lunges in front of him, trying to block the coming blast. She swears she'll protect him, because that's the vow she made, no exception. The fire breath crashes into her shield, and it's just too brutal. Her defense can't hold. The dragon's final assault slams down so hard that the divine shield finally cracks. The shield explodes into nothing, divine protection shattered clean in half by the calamity's brutal power. Iris shrieks as the blast slams her backward like a wrecking ball. Cole stares in terror, praying he's not about to meet his end right here. He snaps back to his old life, a soulless job where every death felt like a door finally bursting open. Then his eyes land on his new friends' faces, and they welcome him with open arms like they've been waiting for him all along. He declares, loud and fearless, that he won't die. He's determined to stay alive. A blinding burst of light explodes as he swears he'll come back for every person he cares about. The spirit's ring on his finger suddenly flares to life, blasting out intense, holy light. The ring's ancient inscription spells out the exact blessing it grants to the next challenger. He finally clocks that every requirement is fulfilled, and with that the ring snaps into its real power. A wild torrent of raw, untamed magic slams into his body, lighting him up from the inside. His eyes bulge with disbelief as this impossible power explodes through his body. His status screen shows his MP has blasted past its old max by a mile. He knows this is a shot he can't afford to miss, so he gears up to go. With one last, earth-shaking release, he pours every ounce of his newly gained power into a single final strike. He stands alone and blasts a beam of raw destruction, while Iris lies right there, caught in the fallout. A blast of raw, Nova-level energy detonates and wipes the black dragon out in one furious, engulfing wave. He screams through the pain, shoving the assault forward with every last ounce of strength. The dragon screams in agony as its dark body gets swallowed by a blinding beam of light. The calamity rips apart, and it turns into a storm of blinding energy as everything dissolves. With one last scream of agony, it gets completely wiped out by the attack. Ko unleashes his final attack, one cataclysmic blast of energy that rips across the ruined wasteland. The black dragon gets slammed by the blast, and its obsidian body starts to crumble and disintegrate right there in the chaos. Iris stands her ground amid the explosive chaos, her divine shield still blazing up in full defensive mode. The dragon's massive head crashes into the ground with a brutal slam, and dark blood splatters across the earth. Mortally wounded, the beast lets out a deep, low groan. Then its life starts slipping away. Then, with one last burst of pure rage, it unleashes a desperate final fire breath. Cole throws one last primal roar into the air and pours his entire soul into his sword. He plants his feet, raises his weapon high, and braces for the dragon's last devastating strike. With a fierce shout, he whips the demon's swordgram into one last decisive swing. The sword's energy slams into the dragon, bursting into a blinding flash that lights up everything. The calamity gets swallowed whole by a blinding beam of pure divine sunlight. Its massive body gets ripped apart in an instant, breaking into nothing but the blinding, overwhelming light of the attack. Ko watches as the great beast's final scraps evaporate into choking smoke and glowing embers. He gasps for breath, sweat drips off his brow, and even though he's wrecked beyond belief, he grins, because he's won. He stands alone on the battlefield, pointing his claim at the sky like a war chant, saying victory is his and his alone. A sudden vision from the past reveals the black dragon torching a once advanced ancient city, turning its legacy to ash. The survivors carved out an underground city, then kicked off a sacred 3-day prayer without stopping. With no power to fight, they pinned all their hope on a future transmigrator. Their 4,000-year-old prayer wasn't just tradition, it was the last, desperate offering to the one who'd finally grant their wish. Days later, cheers roar through Owen's streets as a victory celebration turns the whole town into a joyful blaze. Crom lifts his mug high and toasts Ko and Iris, thanking them for pulling everyone through the great crisis. The whole town erupts in cheers, lifting their drinks high and roaring in total agreement. Fellow adventurers, praise company stormed up from Bear Slayer to Dragon Slayer with a brand new upgrade. They cheer him on, practically begging him to take a sip, because to them, he's the hero of the day. Crushed by joy, he collapsed in the middle of his friends and thankful townsfolk, soaking up every last second of the celebration. As night drops over town, the grand celebration starts to fade and wind down. A familiar face strides up to Ko and Iris, crashing their peaceful moment like thunder. Ghostface's face lights up in a warm grin the second he spots that merchant Crumb. Crumb thanks them for keeping the city safe, and he can't believe it. Ko has absolutely blown past every single expectation he had. He humbly shrugs off the praise, claiming it was pure luck that carried him. He reels through every lucky break, the city, the blade, the shield, and that ring, all over again. A cold chill hits him as the truth clicks. If even a single piece was missing, the failure was guaranteed. Crone starts teaching Ko the same hard-earned wisdom he shared with him before. He tells you point blank, drawing a great hand is nothing like playing that same hand and actually winning. And if they can wield their gifts right, he says, fate stops fighting them because it starts teaming up. Ko asks, yeah, if that's what you call luck, then it's just proof that his real strength comes from him. Chroma nods and says, use my gifts too. Let's pull miracles out of the air and pull off the biggest feat of all. With a proud grin, he tells Ko to trust himself and promises he can't wait to see what Ko's future holds. He quietly mulls over Crom's words, then murmurs that luck isn't just chance, it's part of his strength. He lets out a quiet breath, and a small, confident smile blooms across his face. Now he finally feels like he can accept who he is, something he never managed back in Japan. The next day, Iris stakes out the town's central fountain, waiting and watching for Ko to show up. Ko, still wearing his old suit, slams to a stop, shocked to see her standing there. She fidgets in a plain white dress, and it's jarring, like a star shining where her armor always should be. Her face bursts into a bright, happy smile as she spots him closing in. She beams at him, grabs his attention, and tells him she can't wait to spend the day with him. Ko, cheeks warming, slips in a sweet compliment and tells her that the dress makes her look completely different. A waitress ushers the two of them into a cozy, quiet booth in the restaurant. Over dinner, Iris suddenly remembers this is the very spot where they first talked about the ancient civilization. She can't shake the thought that if that conversation never happened, UN citizens might have been left to die. The moment she remembers that battle, chills slam through her. She never, ever wants to face that dragon again. Ko reminds her that the Black Dragon isn't the only disaster out there. He flashes a grin and jokes, next time, I'm just summoning the dragon to fight for us. Iris freezes in pure shock, snapping her napkin up to her mouth like she can't believe what she just heard. She asked if he'd picked up yet another new skill, and then landed that brutal, powerful win. Ko tells him that when he crushed the dragon and leveled up, it unlocked a brand new ability for him. Now he can unleash magic at will, hampen the calamities he's already crushed, and command them like they still answer to him. Iris quips that with power this out of spec, he's probably the real calamity in disguise. He bursts into laughter, swearing he's just some regular human, like he hasn't already caught the truth in her words. He dodges the topic and tells them straight up he spotted Miria on his way over. He leans in and tells Iris the bombshell. Miria's getting shipped straight to the guild headquarters in the capital. He adds that they'll be heading to the capital too, or they'll be honored for what they did. Iris snatched it back and shot back. You never know what life's about to throw at you. She never once saw this ending coming when she fled her homeland 5 years ago. Ko stays still and quiet, feeling it. Something bigger is about to explode into the real story. Iris finally spills the truth. In the land of the Dragonettes, everyone treated her like she was ice. Ko's smile vanished into seriousness. Then he asked her, straight up, if she'd tell him what happened. She drops the bombshell. She's got a twin sister, and her name is Felis. She tells you her sister has the same rare Dragon God's Miko power, too. Ko asks, if it's rare, it's wild. 2 twins sharing the same strange skill like this is unheard of. Iris quickly clears it up. She's got spearmanship, but Phyllis's Miko power? That one reads the future through prophetic dreams. Phyllis's dreams hit over 90% accuracy, and people bowed to her as the real Miko. Iris drops her gaze to the table, and the moment she remembers, her face crumples with heartbreak. The two sisters grew up inside a shrine, but somehow she was always cast as the backup plan. She shuts her eyes tight in agony, and the nightmare from when she was 15 crashes back in. She tells you the shrine got swarmed by monsters and Felis died in the chaos. At 16, she fled her homeland and went solo to carry out the MECO's sacred mission. No backup, no comfort, just destiny. With a sly, wry smile, she admits that the moment her guard slipped away, her spirit nearly shattered. And he finally locks eyes with her, drowning in sympathy, like the whole weight of her journey just clicked for him at last. Iris takes one last quiet sip of her wine, then the pain in her story finally settles. She grabs Ko's hands and thanks him. Because of him, she's finally ready to face the memory of her sister. Ko looks at her, and in his eyes, you can feel the empathy he can't put into words for everything she's been through. He leaned in and asked her what she'd do now that her mission was finally over. She fires the question right back at him, pressing, "So what are you doing next?" He grins at her and says he's done with Win. He's packing up and chasing the whole world. A warm, hopeful glow flickers into Iris's eyes as she listens to him. She asks, a little shy in her voice, "Will you take me with you?" She swears it's going to be a blast, because even if he's basically just doing sightseeing, she promises they'll still have fun. Ko shoots her a warm, knowing grin and silently gives in to her request. He blurts out that she's totally different now, and she admits, yeah, maybe she really has changed. Her eyes soften, and she's about to crack the door wide open and give him her whole heart. She blurts out that she'd always been convinced she was totally alone in the whole world. But now she says the despair is wiped clean, because of him. She stares at him, and her chest swells with pure gratitude and brand new hope. She looks at him like the black spider, because he didn't just save her life, he saved her soul too. With a bright, radiant grin, she leans in and tells him, eyes sparkling, that meeting him was pure joy. Ko flashes her smile, and right in that moment they share a wordless look that says everything. That evening, he escorts her home under a sky packed with stars and moonlight, making the whole walk feel too magical to be real. Right outside her door, she freezes, yanks her hands over her face, and he blurts, "What's wrong?" Flustered, she blurts at him to just drop the deep, heartfelt talk they had moments ago. Mortified by what she blurted out, Iris swears it was the wine, then buries her face in pure embarrassment. She squints through her fingers, praying, "Please tell me you actually don't remember anything." Ko plays along with a soft, teasing calm, and that knowing smile says it all. He remembers every single word. He tells her to come inside for a second because they've finally made it to her inn. Right by the door, Code softly slips Iris's hand into his and holds on tight. That sudden, warm touch hits them both like lightning, and they instantly look down at their hands, now locked together. A silent, unspoken understanding snaps into place the second their eyes lock. Iris shakes off that old embarrassment, and a bright, heartfelt smile lights up her face. Ko flashes her a warm, loving smile that makes it clear he cares deeply. The next day kicks off under blazing sunlight, streaming through the leaves of a thick, tangled forest. Now, decked out in his adventure gear, Ko grins and soaks up the calm of the peaceful morning. Standing deep in the quiet woods, he declares with fire in his voice that peace is the greatest treasure of all. Iris's voice snaps, calling his name from right behind him. She jabs a finger forward, eyes blazing, and tells him she's already found tons of uruudake mushrooms by the water. Ko agrees to go and investigate them, and he thanks her for all the help she gave on the quest. Iris flashes a bright grin and shrugs it off, because she genuinely loves doing it. Kogrin leaned in and told them to stop messing around, apply to form an official party at the guild. Iris lays out the guild rule, and how that's why they can't party after the arrest. She leans in and tells him, if the capital invites you, that's your shot to climb the ranks. He steps forward, Ko stands up, and offers his hand, swearing they'll officially form their party right then. Iris tilts her head up at him with that hopeful, teasing look and asks, "Are you really sure?" He breaks into a smile, like he's sealing a deal, then asks her straight up if she'll tag along on his journey. Iris whips around with a flourish, beaming as she laughs. "Being with you is seriously fun." A soft, drifting sway in the nearby woods suddenly grabs her attention like a spotlight. Cole peeks up and instantly wonders, are those weird floating things monsters? Iris flashes a smile at him, telling him to drop the worry. Everything's fine. She tells him about these harmless flying mushrooms, tiny little wonders that bolt the second you get close. Comb figures out that those weird mushrooms might be the perfect materials for his creation skills. Iris offers to block the mushroom's escape, but Ko cuts her off, saying it's totally unnecessary. Ko flashes a confident grin, drops into a crouch, and activates his divine speed like a switch. A savage gust slams past Iris the moment Ko vanishes into thin air. She spots a streak tearing through the forest and can't help but marvel at how insanely fast he is. He pops back in just as fast, grinning as he declares he's snatched up 56 mushrooms in 2 seconds. After they rake in a successful harvest, they don't stop there. They press on and keep hunting for more just by a small pond. By evening, they're cutting back through the loud, crowded streets of Owen, weaving through the chaos like they own the night. A voice blurts out, "Excuse me!" and he spins around on the spot, desperate to see who's calling him. A young girl barrels in with stars in her eyes, blurting out that she's a huge fan, then practically begs for a handshake. Ko froze on the spot, stammering in raw shock, as that wild burst of fandom hit out of nowhere. Another young guy drops to his knees and begs Ko to take him as an apprentice. A local chef swings open his doors and invites the legendary Dragon Slayer to his restaurant, on the house, a free meal waiting for him. A mother grabbed Ko's attention and begged him to pat her child's head, claiming it would bring good luck. As we edge toward the guild, you can feel the crowd's popularity getting downright troublesome. Mary's bright smile breaks across her face as she spots them from above, like she's already one step ahead. Myriad leans out the window and cheerfully waves, shouting a warm welcome as Ko and Iris come back. She beams and announces their timing is spot on, holding up the sealed envelopes like they're about to break the rules. Ko cracks open his letter and freezes. His award ceremony is only a month away. Myriad tells him that the Scarlet Trading Company is taking over their travel plans. Company suddenly gets hit with the truth. Crom's pull runs in him, and his powerful merchant company is tied to it. Iris asks whether Miria's coming, and Miria fires back with an energetic thumbs up like it's a done deal. Maria shoots back that she's got business to handle there, then tells them she'll meet them at the venue. She pumps them up, telling them to savor every step because the ride is going to be nothing but fun. Ko and Iris lock eyes and trade a grin, both buzzing with pure anticipation for the adventure that's about to hit. That night, under a blazing full moon, Ko can't stop thinking about the trip to the capital that's coming fast. He stands alone in a huge, empty field, staring down those silent mountains far off in the distance. He pats himself on the back for staying out so late to test that brand new item. He lifts a breathtaking ring in the air and tells him he forged it from the Black Dragon's remains. A status window flashes it for what it is, the Ring of the Flame Emperor, instantly unlocking major fire magic talent. A system notification blares. The next successor for the Flame Emperor's skill has just been added. Ko suddenly realizes his system slipped in a brand new skill, without him ever giving the go-ahead. He realizes one brutal truth. Cast magic here, and you'd better have the matching elemental skill to back it up. This fire magic is the absolute top tier, power that only ignites while he's got the ring on. With a fierce set to his face, Ko decides he's finally going to put his new power to the test. He shot his hand forward and blasted a ferocious fire arrow spell into the world. A bolt of pure fire hits the base of the tree with a thunderous, explosive blast. The moment it catches, the tree gets swallowed by a furious, roaring pillar of fire. Once the flames finally calm down, Ko remarks that the spell is straight up super convenient. He spots only the scorched tree, and his mind races. Can he really control the blast radius? He sweeps his eyes across the open ground, hunting for a fresh target to put his theory to the test. He zeroes in on a patch of grass, aiming to torch just a tight 10-meter radius. He locks in his power, smirks like he owns the moment, and blasts the spell straight into the world. A gigantic ring of fire, perfectly sealed in place, blasts into the distance. When the flames die down, he stares in awe, amazed by how perfectly the magic was executed. He can't believe it. This brand new power lights him up and explodes his combat options wide open. A sudden rustle from the nearby undergrowth snaps his attention like a lightning strike. Two long white rabbit ears burst up from the tall grass, twitching like they've just heard something. A pack of hulking punch rabbits bursts out, shaking with the urge to maul anything in their path. The rabbits burst into sharp, furious squeals that cut the air. When Ko spots the charging horde, his eyes light up. He thinks they're the perfect targets to train on. He blasts a massive wide-area fire arrow, wiping every last one of them out in one brutal strike. Hundreds of tiny fire arrows slam straight into the charging rabbits' hearts with terrifying precision. Every single one of the horde drops to the ground at the exact same time, wiped out by that perfectly timed strike. He realizes if he hits only their hearts, he doesn't tear up their precious pelts at all. A system notification blares and he hits level 92. He glances at his status screen, and Riley quietly clocking that his power is still way out of spec. Then he unveils his last masterpiece, a potion brewed from the flying mushrooms. The status window flashes the truth. It's a flying potion, drinks it, and you're airborne for 30 minutes. He can't stop wondering what it'll feel like to fly as he raises the potion to his lips. He takes one sip and his face lights up, because that flavor hits him like real top-tier Japanese sake. Just a second later, his feet slid off the ground as a quiet updraft carried him upward. His eyes flare with pure joy as the moment hits. He's not falling at all. He's floating. He grins and rockets upward, chasing an even better view from higher ground. His boots kick off the ground as he rockets upward into the dark night air. He rockets upward, his long coat snapping and billowing behind him as he climbs higher and higher. He whips his head around, stunned by the jaw-dropping sky above him, packed tight with glittering stars. He drifts weightless through a breathtaking ocean of stars, a lone figure suspended in the void. He's utterly mesmerized, staring in disbelief at that jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring view. A peaceful, satisfied smile spreads across his face as he drinks in the view. He spends the next stretch testing every wild way he can to soar through the air. He was having the time of his life until the potions finally ran out and he toppled down onto the grass with a soft landing. Just after midnight, he finally stumbled back into his lavish room at the inn. After that brutal fight, Ko closes his eyes and remembers a fresh recipe he can use to level up his creation skill. He sews up a plain t-shirt that somehow feels like it's been blessed with top-tier comfort, way beyond what it should be. Overjoyed, he presses that insanely soft, silky fabric to his cheek and just melts. Slip into the brand new creation, and then he sinks into his luxurious bed for the night. He drops into a deep, peaceful sleep, and a calm, happy smile lingers on his face. Beneath a sky full of stars, Win's hero finally earns the peace he's been craving all day. Right before they set off, Ko and Iris slip into a surreal, sun-soaked underground city like it's straight out of a dream. Right when they show up, caretaker slimes come hopping over, bouncing, smiling, and welcoming them like pure sunshine. Even with Iris and company being greeted with smiles, they could still feel this weird, awkward vibe hanging in the air. The slimes stare up at them, all tilting their heads at once like they're totally lost. Their smiles crash into heartbreak the moment they hear he's about to leave. He quietly tells you, "I'll be gone for a while. This journey is pulling me away." The slimes are devastated, but he steps in, comforts them, and tells them to snap out of it and be okay. One fearless slime blurts out a bold wish to tag along and travel with him. A system notification hits, telling him exactly how to crack the city's code and free one slime. Without a second thought, he shouts the command and orders the system to launch the update right now. The tiny slime is suddenly swallowed up by a blazing, warm burst of light. It jolts toward its master and blurts, "What's happening?" as its body starts to glow. He blurts out that the system's updating right now, and once it finishes, it'll finally grant its wish to break free and leave. The slime blurts out, all wide-eyed wonder, asking if it can really follow its master, like it can't quite believe its own luck. It's overflowing with joy as it locks in its new role, officially becoming its master's traveling companion, ready to ride out by their side. Then the system demands he name his new companion properly. No shortcut. Iris teasingly blurts out a name tied to its species, but Ko just won't buy it. He agrees that borrowing ideas from its kind is the perfect place to start. A warm smile blooms across his face the moment the perfect name finally lands in his mind. He drops into a crouch and offers her a name, simple, elegant, and perfect. Sorera. The newly named slime glitters with pure joy, chanting Sorera over and over like it can't believe it. It beams with gratitude, thanking its master for the insanely wonderful gift. Right in the middle of it all, the little slime's thrill suddenly drains away and drowsiness creeps in. Overwhelmed, Serera drops onto the grass and falls into a deep, instant sleep. Calm explains that the system rewrite feels like sitting through a never-ending computer update. The other slimes rush in, volunteer to look after Serera, and then, boom, they unveil the present they've got for her. A slime snaps in shock, staring around like, wait, how did I hear that whisper? Ko and Iris burst into laughter, straight up admitting they've been making way too much noise. The slimes scamper ahead, dragging them straight toward a secret warehouse tucked deep in the city. They chase those shockingly speedy lines, hooked by the gift waiting for them. As they push inside, they uncover a whole line of jaw-dropping ancient civilization carriages, lined up like priceless treasures. Iris tells you every modular carriage is custom-built, fully kitted out in its own one-of-a-kind way. She points at one of the units and says, wait, this one even comes with a kitchen. And get this, one room comes with cozy, plush beds, while the third boasts a killer 2-story setup. Iris can't help but think that if you smash all of them together, it'll unleash something genuinely spectacular. The slime in her arms nods along, pushing him to unleash his powerful creation skill. A brand new recipe sparks inside his head the moment he taps into his creation power. He locks onto the big potential, grins like he's about to explode, and gets ready to kick off his biggest, boldest project yet. Iris and Serera are right there watching as he lifts his hand to kick off the creation. He plants his feet on a gigantic magic circle and unleashes a god-tier power like it's the end of the world. With a blinding flash, a stunning 2-story luxury vehicle springs into existence. The Grand Cabin is pure genius. Its defenses are so brutal, they feel unstoppable. The trio stands frozen, staring in total awe at how insanely massive that vehicle is. The act levels his skill and unlocks a shockingly useful new function. He realizes he doesn't have to rip materials apart anymore just to use them for crafting. He grabs Iris and dares her to explore the interior, something they've both never done before. The moment the door swings open, they rush in with their hearts pounding and their faces blazing with anticipation. The moment they step inside, the first room hits them, an enormous living area, all space and elegance, dressed to impress. Iris and Serera sink into the master bed and can't stop savoring its ridiculously soft, cloud-like comfort. Then he ushers them straight into the formal dining room, braced for whatever feast comes next. Then they storm into the sleek modern kitchen, stove humming, sink shining, checking every last detail. Upstairs, he leads them to one of the 2 cozy guest bedrooms. It even comes with a full bathroom, absolute luxury for any traveler stepping in. Iris beams and nods along with his words, like honestly, it's basically a whole moving house. Then she shoots a practical question. How on earth is a monster like that supposed to move? Ko flashes a confident, knowing grin, like she already has the whole plan locked in her head. Standing outside their brand new mobile home, he's getting ready to unveil the solution he's been cooking up. He shoots his hand up and yanks out his secret weapon from the item box. With a blinding flash, a massive, colossal figure starts to materialize out of nowhere. The destroyer golem bursts into existence, snaps a salute to its master, and stands ready for the next command. Coke strolls up and casually greets the ancient war machine, and Iris is left utterly stunned. He ordered the golem to haul the carriage, and it proudly snapped into action. Then he barks the order to trigger the vehicle's special combo power. With a loud mechanical whir, the golem kicks off its transformation and launches into a full-on combination sequence. The 2 ancient artifacts slam together and fuse into one breathtaking new form. The Grand Destroy Golem is finally finished, and that fusion has turbocharged its stats to an insane level. Inside, they stare in disbelief at how insanely fast it moves, so quick it blows away anything normal transport could ever dream of. They kick back and plot a laid-back 9-day ride to the capital, stopping a bunch of times along the way. Before he leaves, Cole hits every last stop, saying goodbye to everyone as he makes his rounds. He swings through the inn room, tidying everything up as he packs his gear, readying himself for that brutal long trip ahead. He heads straight to the market, loading up on food and every other essential supply he can get his hands on. As night drapes the city in darkness, a letter gets shoved into his hands. He spots the seal on the envelope at once. This one's from his friend Relic. Relic pens straight from the heart, worrying over Lord Maynard as the old man recovers in Shuri. The moment they bring up sickness, unease claws at Ko's gut. Relic couldn't shake the unease. because the Lord just sat there and did nothing during the recent crises. He spells it out. This kind of apathetic coldness has no place in the diligent Lord. He seals the letter with a proud congratulations to Ko, then can't wait for the day they finally become one. Ko realizes he might actually get to investigate because Shuri's right there on their route. The very next day, he dives into a loud, crowded market, hunting for books to carry him through the journey. He spots a bookstore and dives in, stacking up a neat little pile of books to read. With his arms packed to the brim with books, he bursts out of the shop, grinning like he just won the day. As he whips around, he locks eyes with a familiar face, and it stops him dead in his tracks. It's Miria, the guild receptionist, lugging a stack of books and bags of groceries like it's just another day. Overwhelmed and unsteady, she suddenly wobbles, then crashes forward, losing her footing. Her paper bag tears open, and the books that were barely balanced start to tumble out like dominoes. She stretches her hand out on instinct, but the falling items slip right through her fingers. With supernatural speed, the Ko-Springs burst into action. Myriad can only freeze there, eyes blazing wide with pure, stunned disbelief. He faces her, and, with every book finally secured, he blurts, "Are you okay?" She blurts his name, tongue-tied and totally wrecked by his sudden, heroic entrance. With the manners of a true gentleman, he scoops up her heavy load and insists on carrying it all the way home for her. Right at her doorstep, she throws him a heartfelt thanks, and then offers to repay his kindness. He flashes a grin and shrugs it off like it's nothing, just him repaying one more favor from our growing list. Myriad spills that she feels awful, and he brushes it off like, "Don't worry, I've got a way for you to make it up to me." Koas Myria begged to be their personal tour guide the moment they rolled into the royal capital. Miri's eyes flare with fierce determination as he treats your request like a no-holds-barred challenge. She practically beams as she accepts, then vows she'll map out the perfect repayment plan and tells him to brace himself for what's coming. He grins to himself, realizing his days in the capital are about to get wild. On the day they finally leave, the whole town of Uan floods the streets to cheer them on before they're gone. A gorgeous, glittering bouquet of roses is thrust into view, right there as a precious gift for Ko and Iris. With a dazzling smile, Myria hands the flowers to Ko and prays for a safe, smooth journey. Locked safely inside the grand cabin, Iris leans in and asks her master, "Are we ready to leave?" It flashes a bright, confident grin and declares it's time to leave. A massive, golem-drawn carriage growls out of the gates of Owens, and their grand adventure finally kicks off. A little further down the road, they hook up with their slime buddy, Serera. Serera can't stop smiling after Iris hands her a brand new hat, convinced it'll finally shut down any mix-ups. The cheerful slime pops up, beams at the golem, and asks, nicely, like a charm, what it's called. The golem suddenly realizes no one ever named it, like a fat Ko, and it's left there, forgotten. Iris breaks in with a bright little spark, pitching wild names like Dests or Testum for the golem. Ko shortens her idea to Dest and fires off the question, "Golem, does that name work for you?" Once the party's finally set, company crashes down with a book and chills, because their road to the capital is still coming. A plain little map lays out their route from Uan straight to where they're headed now, the town of Tu. Ko practically salivates as he rushes toward his legendary meat street, counting down the seconds to their next dinner. Birds slice across the sky, and he realizes it's been way too long since he could just read in peace. Iris asks if he's bored, and he laughs like, "Nah, this quiet time feels like luxury I didn't know I needed." The calm sky outside the carriage window stretches on, proving time is finally easing up, just like a quiet breath before the next storm. Serara's voice snaps out like a command, jolting Ko awake in a light dose. When Ko snaps awake, they realize the moment is almost here, and they can't wait for it. From far off, the massive stone walls of the town of Tu finally come into view, towering like a warning. Their gigantic carriage rumbles straight through the main gate, and a wall of armored guards rushes out to meet it. Iris takes in the harsh, heavy mood and can't help asking, are they really calling this a welcoming party? Ko steps onto the platform, instantly sensing a monster attack could be behind all this. He steps down from the carriage with Iris and flashes the guard a respectful greeting. The guard spots him right away and blurts, "Wait, are you the legendary dragon slayer Kokusaka?" Ko and Iris snap to attention when a wild commotion erupts behind the guard. A broken man shoves through the crowd, crumples to the ground, and begs his Ko for help. Ko smiles. Riley Torres sense trouble brewing, like they just walked straight into a brand new mess. Inside the guild hall, the heroes sit face to face with a desperate man who's begging them for help. He shoots them an apology for barging in, then introduces himself with a grin. Poporo, the local guildmaster. Ko calmly demanded the guildmaster spell out the dire situation to them. No delay, no vague answers. Poporo's face twists with worry as he starts spilling the story of what just happened. He blasts out the news that an S+ nightmare, an actual devil Tran, has just spawned right nearby. That monster's power is unreal. He claims it could wipe out the entire town in just half a day. A traveling priestess is desperately holding it back right now, but you can tell she's running on fumes. The attack hit so fast that nobody had even a second to scramble a real defense or get out in time. Poporo begs Ko, and somehow word of Ko crushing the black dragon has already sprinted straight into their ears. Cole leans in with a grim face, drinking in every ounce of how dire the town's trouble really is. After a beat, he finally agrees to help, and Poporo's whole body floods with relief. Ko shoots a hand up, cutting in fast, and says there's one thing he has to fix. He admits he didn't take down the black dragon solo because Iris had his back, fighting right beside him. Edis's eyes go wide. She points at herself like, "Wait, you mean me?" Sorera bursts in, grinning, and swears Iris shielded his master from the dragon's deadly fire. Papuaro stares at them both with respect, then realizes too late that he made a terrible oversight. He straight up asks Ko and Iris to team up, because they're the ones who can lend their power to save too. The Grand Cabin tears across the plains, blasting toward where the monster is lurking. Sorera snaps and demands why her master and Iris are riding up on the carriage like that. Ko tells them they've got to lock in a clear line of sight to properly read what's happening. Iris flashes a tiny private smile, still glowing from Ko's earlier words. She whips around to him and blurts out a heartfelt thank you for the gesture he just made, right there at the guild. She tells him, eyes bright, that she's grateful he shouted to everyone that she fought beside him and they took down the dragon together. Cole gazes at her with warmth and tells her, straight from the heart, that she's his precious partner. Iris snaps her gaze away, tries to smother her happy blush, then blurts, "What's wrong?" She shrugs it off, snaps her shield up, and promises, this time, she's taking the defense into her own hands. Sorera spots something wild out in the distance, then shouts to its master, Aniris. The carriage rumbles toward a lonely dead plain, where one monstrous tree looms like a nightmare. He stared at the distant creature, and a bead of sweat formed on his brow as his nerves screamed. The colossal devil Trant finally slips into view in all its horror, trapped tight in shimmering chains. Iris gasped at the sheer size of the monster, and at the glowing chains that trap it tight. She snaps them into focus and realizes these restraints are none other than a celestial chain, an absolutely brutal, high-level light magic. Ko realizes the priestess has to be an absolute monster of a caster to pin down something that strong. Sorera yells from down below, screaming that the chains are seconds away from snapping. The devil's face twists in withering rage, snarling as it thrashes and fights its bonds. With a last, violent blast of power, the monster smashes the magical chains to pieces. The final restraints ripped apart, shattering into harmless specks of glowing light that vanished into nothing. Iris yells at Code to look right now, jabbing toward the monster's base as it rages. Alone, tiny figures stare up at the Devil Triant now unbound, towering like a nightmare. The hood drops and you realize the figure is a young priestess, draped in flowing white robes. The priestess steels herself and charges straight at the freed monster because her spell finally snaps and fails. The non-stop weight of holding that massive magic finally crushes her. She can't take it anymore. She stumbles, her whole body shaking from sheer exhaustion as her mana runs dry. She drains every ounce of strength, then crumples to the ground, unconscious on the battlefield. Urgently, he orders Des to snatch the fallen priestess back right now. No hesitation, not even a heartbeat. The golem gives the green light and the Grand Cabin rockets forward at full throttle. The devilish tramp hurls its massive club-like arm down to crush the helpless woman. Cole rockets out of the carriage in a blur of motion, grabs her and yanks her to safety. He hits the ground in a roll, locks her in tight and tells her, "You're safe now." He whips his head back to stare at the crater the monster carved, sweat pouring down his face after that terrifying near miss. Holding the unconscious priestess in his arms, he freezes when he realizes she's just a kid. Devil Trant erupts in a brutal, furious roar, its wicked face charging into the panel like it wants blood. Iris erupts with a fierce battle cry, ready to stand her ground and fight off the monster. Trent's massive strike crashes into her shield's hexagonal barrier with a thunderous roar. The monster unleashes a guttural roar, and the divine shield blasts its attack back with brute force. He grips the priestess, then tosses Iris a flirty praise for her razor-sharp defensive timing, while she claps back with sweet compliments. She shoves the unconscious woman into Serera's arms, trusting the slime to keep her safe. Serera nods along and swells up her gelatinous body, puffing it into a squishy cushion just for her. The slime suddenly balloons into an insane giant, and Ko momentarily has his brain scrambled in the blink of an eye, but coaxes Serera onto a bed, promising to grill her with questions later. Iris tears across the room to Ko's side, beams, and fires off, "You're back! Tell me you're okay!" She admits it's even better than that dragon, but she's still praying he gets to rest soon. They charge the desk away, desperate to wedge some space between them and the Treant, then they sprint at full speed. The Grand Cabin rockets away from Deviltrant, and that protective barrier is still slammed into place, holding strong. They keep their distance and watch that monster. Surprisingly, it never even comes after them. Ko and Iris huddle together, nodding like, "We're good for now. We've got to stay safe in this moment." With their plan locked in, Ko and Iris gear up and brace for an airborne assault. Ko lays out the plan. He'll strike the moment she holds the line and defends. He uncorks the flying potion and wastes no time. He's ready to blast into the sky. Right as he takes a sip, a system notification flashes across his vision. It's basically asking, "Want to bring Iris into the S+ Wind's blessing?" A soft updraft catches them both and floats them off the ground like feathers. Iris gasps in pure shock as they drift high above their carriage. She blurts out how wild it feels, like she's truly flying for the first time. He teases her, leaning in close, and asks if the height really scares her. She flashes a warm smile and tells him, "I'm okay," because he's finally right there beside her. He shoots back a smile, instantly moved by the way she trusts him without wavering. He barks an order to their golem partner Dest to pull back to safety. Dest flashes a thumbs up and fires off a silent "good luck" straight to its master. Ko blurts, "All right then," and as they launch into their escape, he tells them to spot the monster. They rocket straight for the Deviltrant, barreling in like a storm as they close the distance for the strike. The monstrous tree unleashes a rage-filled, earth-shaking roar that rattles everything around it. It clocks the killing intent and snaps into attack mode, ready to strike the moment it can. Ko and Iris lock eyes in pure terror as the thing kicks into motion and launches its attack. The Trant whips those gigantic, branch-like arms through the air at jaw-dropping speed. Iris darts in front of Ko, swearing she won't let it slip past. Branches batter her divine shield's barrier with violent, non-stop impacts. Her attack gets shut down, and she snaps, yelling for Kodak right now. He snaps to her call, eyes narrowing like a blade, zero mercy in his focus. He calls out his target and dumps every last ounce of mana into a single, final, earth-shattering strike. Iris shrieks that she's about to release the protective barrier. With a thunderous roar, he unleashes his ultimate fire arrow. A roaring wave of pure fire explodes from his hands like a living inferno. The inferno swallows the Devil Treant whole, spiraling into a blazing vortex around it. That magical fire roars to life. Then the caption hits, daring everyone to wonder if it'll finally be enough. The Trant screams one last agonized roar as it burns to ash. A magical blast explodes with a roar, and it hurls both Ko and Iris skidding backward. The S+ rank monster gets swallowed whole by roaring, merciless flames. They hover midair, staring as embers spiral down all around them. The takeover is finished. Now all that's left is a smoking stump, burning down to nothing. In a grand cabin, the young priestess sleeps like a stone, deep, peaceful, and completely out cold. Iris wipes the sighs and lets out a breath of relief. Thankfully, the girl's injuries aren't serious. Ko and Iris lean in, staring at the resting priestess. Ko's eyes snap to the crest blazing on her uniform sleeve. Edith spots it instantly. This is the sacred symbol of the Church of the war god Woden. She bursts into a sharp little gasp, like it all just clicked at the exact wrong time. She spots it instantly. The crest matches the exact one stamped on Ko's sword. Graham. Des' voice comes screaming back to the north gate of 2, and the whole place feels it. A battle-scarred veteran turns to them, thanks them with a deep, respectful bow that says everything. He sprints right up to Ko and blurts out, "I know you! You're the legendary Dragon Slayer!" He fidgets with nerves, then blurts out, "Yeah, it's him, the real deal." A roaring crowd of armored adventurers packed together, ready to meet them head-on. The veteran leans in and admits they'd already formed a death squad, crafted to help. Ko smiles burst in, telling everyone Devil Trant was already wiped out. The man grins wide, thanking Ko with every ounce of his heart. He screams at the crowd to lift him up for his mighty benefactor. Ko gets hoisted into the sky by a roaring crowd of adventurers. Later on, Koa rushes in and tells Branchmaster Paporo everything that happened. Papuro bragged that without him, the whole town would have been wiped out for good. He keeps insisting, with a humbled grin, that he never could have pulled it off without his crew. Papuro grins and clocks Ko's unbelievable humility. He can't help but think, Ko is surprisingly considerate, even with power that massive in his hands. He basically declares that people like Ko are exactly what real heroes are forged from. The party keeps rolling, and before you know it, more time slips by. Ko returns to the grand cabin, worn out from the fight, but grinning like he just won everything. Iris lights up with a warm smile and fires off, "So how'd your report go?" She tells you the priestess isn't in danger, she's just wiped out, and she'll be fine. Crisis dodged for now, so let's celebrate right now. Iris and her slime sidekick Sura burst into wild cheers, both of them nodding hard like, "Yes, absolutely." They power walk down a packed street, heading straight for a restaurant called Moreniko Tea. With their minds locked in, Ko and Iris gear up for a high sky aerial strike. "You go on offense, I'll go on defense," Ko states. "Get ready while we map out their whole strategy." He pops the flying potion open, chugs it, and just like that, boom, a system notification flashes on screen. It's basically asking, do you want Iris in the S plus wins blessing effect? A soft updraft wraps them up and lifts them both off the ground like they're floating on air. Iris can't believe it. Her shock bursts into pure exhilaration. Flying feels totally weird, but it doesn't scare him one bit. "Aren't you scared?" he asks with a teasing grin, like he's daring you to blink first. She gazes at him, and her face melts into softness, packed with full, unwavering trust. "I'm totally fine," she insists, like your presence is armor, and you're right there with her. Her rock-solid faith in him fuels everything, like a fire that won't go out. He barks an order to their golem buddy waiting below. Destro yelled, "Back up! Safe distance!" Then the golem flashed a thumbs up. It grumbles off into the distance, and now the two of them are stuck facing that massive train all by themselves. As they climb higher, the Devil Trant explodes with a furious roar. It's the killing intent pouring down from above. With a brutal snap of motion, it flings those massive, branch-like arms at them at breakneck speed. "I won't let you!" Iris yells as she lunges forward, slamming her shield in the way to intercept you. Branches batter the hexagonal shield barrier, but it refuses to budge. "Now, Ko!" she screams, lunging through the opening she just carved. He gathers his power, and a blazing, intricate magic circle snaps into existence right in front of him. The devil's target locks in, he tilts his head and chants, and his voice blasts out with pure, terrifying power. He's going to burn every last drop of his mana for one final, game-ending strike. As Iris snaps the barrier down, he roars forward and unleashes his ultimate attack. "Fire the arrow!" he screams with every ounce of his power. A roaring torrent of pure condensed fire explodes from his hands. Inferno flames slam into the devil's trance, burning up his upper body. The monster's roar twists into a shrill scream of pure, unimaginable agony. Once the flames finally choke out, the fight is done. They rush back to the grand cabin and find the young priestess already stirring up trouble. Iris checks herself and shrugs. No serious injuries, just pure, bone-deep exhaustion. He spots a strange crest, stitched into the robe like a warning. Iris spots it instantly. This is the sacred symbol of the Church of the war god Woden. She spots it instantly. The crest clicks into place with the exact one on Ko's sword. When they finally roll back into the north gate of 2, cheers explode like they just saved the world. The veteran adventurer leans in and thanks them again and again, over and over, for saving the whole town. The victory feast was an absolute feast fest. 2 juicy beefsteaks plated up and wines chosen just for the moment. The whole party raved that the meal was absolutely exquisite, and Iris went even further. She gushed about the wine like it was perfection. A young adventurer finally admitted, "I seriously thought this whole town was doomed," and it hit like a gut punch. The grateful adventurers clinked cups and cheered because the Dragon Slayer finally showed up and saved their town. Kofel blushed from the praise, but he kept it all to himself, quietly savoring that sweet, hard-earned win. After that mouth-watering meal, they sprinted back to the inn, the Kinget City Eye, for the night. Ko sank into a steaming hot bath, grinning like he couldn't wait to kick back and soak up a day of sightseeing. The very next morning slid in calm and quiet, while Serera, the slime companion, was still knocked out cold. He jolted awake early, grinning at the extra time he had before he had to meet Iris. He grabbed the calm of the quiet morning and started dissecting the Devil Trend's leftovers. No fresh recipes popped up, but then it hit him. He could synthesize the materials himself. He poured his power into the raw materials the defeated monster left behind. With 50 branches in hand, he wove a sacred, glittering limb of Yggdrasil, the world tree itself, into existence. He stared in awe at that divine item, already imagining the insane things he'd forged from it. A soft rustle from the bed told Serera she was finally waking up. That cheerful slime beamed at its master and basically announced, "All right, let's get ready for the day." Peeking from the doorway, I couldn't help but wonder what a slime even does in the morning. He spotted Serera in the bathroom, perched in front of the sink like she was staring down her own reflection in the mirror. The tiny slime flexed its bouncy gel body and struck a badass pose straight at its own reflection. Then it struck another bold pose, so thrilled with that perfectly round shape it practically couldn't contain its excitement. "Yep, I'm nice and round today," it chirped, and Ko couldn't help but smile quietly. After they traded morning greetings, the whole party burst out to explore the southern district of 2. South 2 stretched out in wide, rolling pastures, like a wild green world ripped straight out of the city's shadow. Serera practically burst with joy when she saw the plains packed with cows and sheep. Iris leaned in and told me that the peaceful countryside had a legendary nickname, the Face of 2. First up on their day, they tried to shear the local sheep, right on the spot. Next, they tore into the fresh, mouth-watering cheese whipped up at the nearby ranch. Before long, the local farmers clocked Ko's presence and swarmed in close, thanking him with heartfelt gratitude that hit straight from the heart. Their quick stop blew up into an instant banquet, all cooked up just to honor them. As the sun started to dip, they slipped into a peaceful, stolen moment together atop the city wall. Iris grinned and asked what it felt like, being celebrated as the great hero of 2. He couldn't believe the warm welcome they gave him, but he got it. Every bit of their gratitude burned straight through him. Iris realized he'd basically frozen generations of their hard work right before it could have been wiped out. And in that moment, he realized he hadn't just saved the town, he'd safeguarded the very legacy he'd been carrying all along. Later, they rushed to the Guild Hall to check on the young divine priestess, Rariel. The receptionist snapped that she'd already gone, but she'd left them a letter to deliver. The letter was written straight to Ko, and it thanked him personally for tearing her out of the monster's clutches. It turned out she'd snapped back to reality in time, because a prophetic dream screamed that an attack was coming. She scribbled her name, Real Runa, and swore she'd thank him the right way, real soon. They figured their paths would tangle with hers again before the journey even ended. They decided to grab a quick snack, and boom, they spotted a shop selling the famous Niku sandwich. Serera couldn't believe her eyes. This sandwich was packed with meat, not bread. That weird little sandwich was so insanely delicious that the whole party went quiet, took one bite, and immediately devoured it. As they headed there, Iris leaned in and told him their next stop, Shuri, was famous for its steamy hot springs. The thought of a warm hot spring washed over her and sparked that familiar, homey comfort, like she'd finally come back. A huge, bright grin split his face, and you could tell he couldn't wait for what was coming. They decided to leave before the day even woke up, aiming to roll out bright and early at 6 a.m. the next morning. The very next day, a huge crowd of grateful townspeople packed the streets just to send them off. The folks from both sides waved them off with loud cheers, shouting their thanks and wishing them nothing but the best. Inside the rolling grand cabin, Serera was already out cold, sound asleep and dreaming in peace. While his companions slept, Coom pushed on toward Shuri, knowing this trip was going to stretch on for ages. He spotted the gorgeous weather outside and bam, an idea hit him to make the ride unforgettable. Right before Dest even opened his mouth, the golem sensed his master's will, like it could read the air itself. He slid into an open-air spot up front and told Desk he needed fresh air. The sun blazed in a spotless blue sky, turning the day into pure travel perfection. Chilling out with a book in hand, he suddenly spotted something up ahead on the roadside that yanked his attention. He spotted a lone figure sitting in dead silence on a tree stump beside the road. When they finally closed in, he froze, because standing right there was the young priestess, Ruriel. He snapped a command to Desk, "Stop the carriage right now," so he could rush in and investigate. The massive vehicle screeched to a stop, then it thumped down the steps toward the priestess who was waiting. She rose up, locked eyes with him, and demanded, "So you really are Kokusaka?" She stepped up, introduced herself as Ririo Runa with total confidence, and thanked him again for saving her once more. He waved off her gratitude and demanded to know why she was hanging around in a place that felt miles from help. She told him she'd come all the way just to thank him for saving her from the trance. Her prophetic dream pinpointed the exact time and place to find him. He went wide-eyed when he realized she didn't follow anyone's words. She marched straight off the hunger of her dream. She felt in her bones that brushing off her skill's guidance would have been downright disrespectful. Ko froze, stunned by her sincerity, because the way she carried herself was all earnest, all seriousness, and it hit like a wave. With a beat of hesitation, she blurted out a seriously intense question, straight to his face. She locked eyes with him and fired off the question. Did he really have the transmigrator skill? That sudden, direct question hit Ko like a truck. He froze completely, utterly stunned. She told him her prophetic dream didn't just warn her, it ordered her to ask him that exact question right now. He wrestled with what to say, because his otherworldly origin was a secret that could blow everything up if it slipped. Then she dropped her other rare talent. She wasn't just anyone, she was the Miko of the war god. She had a holy, life-or-death mission waiting for her, something fate swore she would deliver no matter what. Miko's title hit him like a spark, and instantly Iris flashed through his mind. He couldn't forget Iris's sacred mission, deliver the Crimson Orb to a transmigrator at any cost. He sat across from them, and it hit him. Rairiao was right. They were both trapped with the same must-carry, fated burden. Rial spills the truth about her rare gift, and with it, she can crack open the power hidden in divine items. Iris instantly clocked the twist. This Miko looked eerily like her own Dragon God skill. Serera said ancient texts predicted that once those two skills joined forces, something huge would happen. Ko got completely hooked by that, but Serera had to admit it didn't have any more details to share. Ruriel then leaned in and declared that her sacred duty came with two crucial missions, each one impossible to ignore. She plunged her hand into the magical folds of her so-called normal priestess robes. Both Ko and his slime buddy leaned in with wide, trembling eyes, ready for what came next. From out of nowhere, she hauled out a massive, ornate bow, ready to hand it to the transmigrator. The weapon was painstakingly forged, glowing with an unmistakable ancient power that practically buzzed in the air. She couldn't stop staring and asked how she even carried it. Then she revealed those robes weren't just clothes, they were magic tools. Reveal gripped the bow and tilted her head up, eyes wide with pure, almost kid-like wonder. Ko froze when he caught a faint, familiar scent seeping out from the weapon. He finally clocked it. The war god's crest wasn't just art, it was a warning. 3 divine weapons stood there in plain sight, a sword, a bow, and a staff. Ruriel snapped it with certainty. This was the sacred bow of Yggdrasil, one of the real ones. He instantly clocked it as the legendary, sealed calamity-slaying bow he'd only ever read about. Consumed by the ancient lore, he couldn't stop wondering, when was that crushing seal finally going to shatter? Iris shot her hand up out of nowhere, cut him off mid-sentence, and told him to hang on for a second. She couldn't shake the worry. Was it really safe to lug a sacred treasure like that around? Rariel leaned in and reassured her, saying her sacred mission was all that mattered. With her first job finally finished, Ko turned to her and asked, "All right, what's my second mission?" Her second mission? Find the demon sword Graham. Rariel went totally speechless when he casually dropped the bombshell. He already had it. With a confident grin, Graham co-reveals the legendary sword, reborn, reforged, and ready to shine. He stared up in disbelief, rain-faced and wide-eyed, utterly frozen as he took in what he saw. She stares at the sword's divine aura like it's alive, and realizes the Mosaico already has that power. Her prophetic dream only teased one thing. She was handing him the bow, and that was all it showed. Ko tells him he spotted it near Uwin, then asks, "Can I keep this?" Ririel flashed a warm, trusting smile and handed the divine weapons over to him without hesitation. Iris keeps her eyes on the exchange, and you can tell by the look on her face that she's thinking hard and quietly hurting a little. She drills Ririel about her prophetic dream powers, and Ririel admits that skill is exactly what saved her. Iris's smile flickers with sadness as she realizes Ririel is just like that kid. Ko realizes she's talking about her twin sister, Phyllis. Serera beams and asks Ririel, "So, what are you doing next?" Rariel stares down, stunned and unsure of what comes next now that her mission is finally over. She asks straight up if she can tag along on their journey to serve as their escort. Iris and Serera beam as they cheer her into their booming party. Rariel's face lights up with a bright, real smile the moment she's accepted. Ko smiles warmly and officially welcomes Ririel into the group. Ririel bowed deeply, her voice trembling with pure, heartfelt gratitude. Time drifts by in calm silence as they keep cruising through the skies on the grand cabin. Iris whips her gaze over to her companions and curiosity sparks bright in her eyes. She grips a plate in her hands, staring at it like it just betrayed her, totally thrown off. Cole snaps his gaze up from his book the second Iris shouts his name. He tells them to fire up lunch prep right now, and everyone agrees to cook together. They've got a massive bounty of ingredients and travel gifts piled up, ready to turn into a full-blown feast. Iris, Ririel, and Serera practically threw themselves forward, begging to jump into the kitchen and help. Coat grins and blurts out the menu, stew, omelets, and banana yogurt, like it's the greatest feast ever. Serera, a natural-born cook, joyfully stirs that pot with every ounce of practice. Iris winks at the camera, chops vegetables like a pro, and braggingly flexes her skills. Ririel watches, her face etched with full-blown, raw anxiety. Ko offers steps in to help, and Ririel shoots him a nervous glance before accepting his guidance for the very first time. He tells her to start small, crack an egg first. She fidgets and taps the egg against the bowl's side, all nerves and anticipation. She stares at her own hand, stunned that nothing happens at all. She takes a breath, then taps the egg again, harder this time, like she's determined to crack fate itself. She just keeps seeing nothing, staring at that flawless, unbroken egg like her mind can't take it. Fueled by Ko's encouragement, she clenches her fists and vows to smash it open with both hands. She trembles as she presses down, clenching the egg with all her might. With a savage crunch, she crushes the egg to dust, shell and all. Mortified to the bone, she blurts out an apology. Then Coach Chuckles offers to teach her, just like that. He guides our hands step by step, showing us exactly how much pressure to use. With a gentle little tap, he cracks the egg open clean as can be into the bowl. Ririel tries once more, all on her own, pulls it off, and beams with pure, proud victory. The kitchen erupts in laughter as all four of them cook side by side. Together, they blitz through meal prep like a well-oiled team, finishing fast and flawless. Before long, the grand, mouth-watering feast is finally declared finished, perfect, ready, and absolutely irresistible. They crowd around the table and all bow their heads, saying grace together before the first bite. Iris takes a savored bite and declares Ko's cooking an absolute delicacy. He can't stop thinking about how his cooking always pulls in rave reviews back in Yuan. Ririel nods with full conviction and swears it's the best meal she's ever tasted. She grins and admits, cracking that egg was seriously fun for her. Ko kindly swoops in and serves the delighted Ririel a second helping. She's thrown off for a second, her bowl's already empty, but she still smiles and politely declines. He flashes a warm smile, urging her to drop the shyness and go on, eat as much as she wants. Moved by his kindness, she breaks down and accepts, thanking him with tears in her eyes. After that amazing meal, the whole crew claps in joy and races to scrub the dishes clean. Later, Rereal blurts out an apology, admitting she didn't know better about how the world works because she's been sheltered her whole life. Don't worry about Kotel. He just gently teases her for taking herself so seriously. She tilts her head up, caught off guard by how laid back he suddenly is. She tells him her parents are gone and she was raised all by herself, by the church. Iris and the others push her to break out and see the world now that she's finally free. Reryl flashes a gentle smile as she nods, certain that she should. Sarira beams and chirps, "Come on, play with me!" Suddenly, the tiny slime gets thrown off balance by a brutal tremor. The whole cabin jerks violently, and everyone tumbles into a full-blown panic scramble. A cold desk machine voice blares out, screams that an earthquake is hitting, and slams the system into an emergency stop. The giant golem carriage slams to a brutal, screeching halt. That sudden stop whips Sarira airborne, sending her tumbling through the air like a shot out of a cannon. That poor slime ricochets off the ceiling, its eyes whirling like it's totally lost. He moves at insane speed, snatching Sarira at the very last second. He cradles the slime carefully, making sure not a single squish gets harmed. He let out a breath of relief as they finally hit an open stretch of land. Then he snapped, "Is everyone okay?" Iris and Rereal check him over and say he's okay, and they're totally amazed by how fast he can react. Iris spots just how brutal the quake is, and her face tightens, because the bridge up ahead could spell disaster. They co-confirm a bridge is right there on their path. She tells him it's the Tsar Great Bridge, an ancient, time-worn monster of a structure. That detour would steal at least 2 brutal days from their trip. Just when he thought he could finally breathe, sighs and frustration hit hard. Then trouble crashed his relaxing trip all over again. The Grand Cabin's wheels slam onward, kicking up a storm of dust with every roar of the road. Dest stays in control, gripping the helm and steering their wild, one-of-a-kind ride. They roll up to the riverbank and slam into it. Dozens of stranded travelers are stuck there, waiting for rescue. The Zard Great Bridge is in total ruins, shattered clean apart by the earthquake. A full-blown emergency erupts out of nowhere, and the travelers are left staring in despair. The whole party stares into the chasm, and the truth hits hard. There's no way they're crossing that thing. That river's current is way too brutal, so Iris tells him to use the flying potion. He flicks a glance at the crowd and realizes the potion won't save everyone. The stranded people huddle together and grumble, because they can already see that brutal detour stretching forever ahead. Sarira pops up from Reryl's arms and blurts out to its master, "I've got an idea!" The slime basically tells him, "Just use your creation skill and patch up that bridge." Caught by the sheer nerve of it all, the Co-Smiles went, "Why not?" and leaned in like it might actually work. He strides to the edge, grinning because he's sure his ranked-up skill will dish out the perfect result. He plants both hands on the shattered stone base of the old bridge. A brilliant idea hits him like lightning, and his eyes flare bright with pure inspiration. He drops to his knees and unleashes the full power of his creation skill. Every single person in the crowd locks up, stunned silence, while a brilliant burst of light explodes into the air. Right before their eyes, a brand new bridge bursts into existence out of thin air. Ko beams with pride, staring at his masterpiece, the brand new Zard Great Bridge. A status window flashes the bridge's insane, magically boosted powers in vivid detail. Reryal can't believe what she's seeing, while Iris just shrugs and says Ko is always this flashy. He swats away their praise like it's nothing, insisting it's just his ridiculous, overpowered skills doing all the work. The Grand Cabin barrels over the brand new bridge, and the Ostrak crowd gets left in the dust behind them. By evening, they finally burst into Shuri, the walled, hot spring city that's been calling to them. In the Shurigar post, Ko and his crew finally drop their guard for a much-needed breather. The guard beams at Ko, thanking him for the new bridge, and swears Lord Maynard will reward him for it. Ko's blown away when the guard breaks down just how vital that bridge is to the whole public. Then it hits him. He remembers he heard Lord Maynard is staying in Shuri right now. The guard's whole vibe snaps into alert mode, and he demands how Kon even knows the Lord is here. After hearing Ko's source, the guard leans in and demands they keep the Lord's visit under wraps. Ko agrees to keep it secret, and the guard drops into a deep bow, overflowing with gratitude. The guard winces, apologizes for the holdup, then throws the door open and ushers them inside. He throws a hand toward the buzzing streets and proudly declares, "Welcome to Shuri." Their guide drops a bombshell about the town's coming 300th anniversary festival and tells them to jump in and enjoy every second. Yet the town's wild energy fills the air as Ririel spots fresh steam curling up. Iris drinks in the festival's huge scale, then hears the town's long history echoing in every corner. Iris tells them Shuri was forged on top of the ruins of an ancient civilization city. Ririel adds that those ancient underground facilities are likely still keeping the hot springs blazing even today. Ko gushes over Sarara's sharp knowledge, and Ririel smiles as he calls the slime genuinely clever. The code demands they hit the streets, taste the local food, and grill the locals for the town's top specialty. They're dropped in front of Shuri's legendary feast, a giant steaming pot of hotepu that's so hot it feels like it's alive. Iris, Ririel, and Sarara stare at the mouth-watering meal with eyes so wide they practically sparkle. Who dishes out the rich stew, then straight up compares its flavor to the pot au feu from his world. The Iris blurts out, absolutely thrilled, that the chicken-rich soup tastes insanely delicious. Ririel soaks in the cozy warmth of the meal while Sarara digs in with big, happy munches. The crew grins, then vows to hit even more hotepu stalls the very next day. That night, Kaoru soaks alone in a breathtaking open-air bath beneath the moon, soaking in every glowing second. He's totally at peace, soaking up the pure luxury of Shuri's finest hot spring like it's paradise. Meanwhile, on the women's side, Iris and Ririel sink into pure bliss, letting all the stress melt away. Cole can't wait for tomorrow. He's fired up and determined to make sure everyone has an amazing time at the festival. Sarara sinks into the steaming bath and, eyes half-lidded, calls out to its master, "Ko!" A tiny slime wails into the dark, panicking that it's seconds away from melting. Next day hits and the festival explodes into celebration as party poppers blast confetti everywhere. Iris grins and points out how the streets are packed with hotepu food stalls. He stares in awe at the spread of dishes, then turns to Ririel and asks what she can't stop thinking about. Ririel seems totally lost in thought, staring off with a distant, troubled look that won't let up. Ko's voice jolts her, and with a sharp gasp, she snaps right back into the moment. He leans in and asks what's wrong, but she blurts out a quick apology. She's been distracted. She fidgets, twisting her hands like crazy, then finally hesitates just long enough to spill what's been weighing on her mind. Ririel blurts out that she's had another prophetic dream, and this time, its meaning came in broken, jagged pieces. Iris leans in and asks him to spill what she saw in the dream, her face flickering with worry and sharp curiosity. She spotted a blurry vision of Ko in the crowd, accepting a trumpet like it was destiny. Ko can't shake the feeling that the vision is weird, and his mind races, trying to figure out what it could possibly mean for him. Then the dream snapped to him, Ko standing by a fountain, clutching a glowing branch that lit up the night. Ko spots it's an Yggdrasil branch, but right now he just doesn't need it. Ririel snatches the last, most mind-bending moment from her shattered premonition and replays it in her head. In the last scene, the party tore off from Shuri and sprinted straight toward the northwest. The company stares in disbelief because this detour is nothing like their destination. It's the total opposite. Ririel straight up admits she has no clue, because this prophecy is the most tangled, ambiguous one she's ever faced. As Iris presses about how clear the vision is, Sarara grins and declares, bright as day, that it finally knows why. Sarara leans in and tells you the future bends and reshapes itself around anyone wielding world-altering power on a terrifying scale. Iris nods along, still stunned that COS's out-of-spec abilities keep breaking every rule anyone thought was normal. Coke tells him that Ririel's dream isn't carved into stone. It's only a possibility, not a guaranteed fate. Iris flashes a grin and teases, "Come on, at least let's see if that trumpet part actually comes true." Coom pulls that card, even though he's never actually showcased those skills, so everyone assumes he must be an expert. Hearing that, Ririel's worried face fades, and a warm, trusting smile blooms on her lips. Ko shoves the prophecy to the side and decides, forget it, for now, we're all about enjoying this festival. Their very first stop is a street stall, and that tube of beef oxtail soup looks so mouthwatering, they can barely wait to dig in. Next, they go for a wild hotepo dessert packed with a mix of stewed fruits. The dessert gets revealed. It's packed with a bold splash of red wine. The whole crew dives into every dish with big smiles, but Sorare starts getting tipsy the moment the wine hits. That tiny slime wobbles on the edge of falling over, groaning that it feels absolutely awful. Iris blurts out her worry as Kosai's clocks that his slime companion is totally drunk. He whips up one of his crushing antidote potions and hands it to the tiny slime. The potion hits like lightning, and Sorare's face lights up as she snaps back to normal on the spot. At the city gate, a guard clocks them in an instant and hails Ko to join the lottery game. He shoves a grid card into Ko's hands and tells him, straight up, this is exactly what he'll need to play. Cole stared at the card, and the second he did, that familiar bingo grid snapped into his head like he'd seen it 100 times before. Ko breaks down the game for his crew, and the guard nods like, yeah, it's basically bingo. Ko shoots a shocked look at the eerie similarity, while Reveal lights up, ready to dive into this brand new game. The prizes finally drop. First up, a cruise ticket, and second, a brand new trumpet. Ko and Iris locked eyes, and they both knew it. The prophecy was finally starting to unfold. Ko decided to play along, buzzing with excitement to see whether Reveal's prophetic dream would finally come true. The guard, now rocking a clown costume, grins and kicks off the festival's biggest main event with pure cheer. He steps up on stage, then spots Ko and his crew packed in the front row. He breaks into a slight sweat, spotting that same guard from before. He's clearly grinding like he has something to prove. The clown grins and spins the lottery wheel like a showman, itching to shout the very first number. He thrusts the first ball up like a trophy, grinning as he shouts that it's number 29. Rereal double-checks her card with a frustrated scowl, and it still doesn't match the number they called. Ko-Smiles clocked the number, realized it was his age, and felt a spark of hope hit him like a good omen. Right then, the number 29 on his card starts glowing and throbbing like it's alive. He freezes in pure shock as the flap on his card shoots out on its own, punching through like it's alive. The clown bursts into laughter, then flashes a skill that magically rigs every single card. He tells them the numbers will shift like magic, then pushes them to dive headfirst into the chaos-filled game. The clown grins and swears the second half is going to be wild. Then he co-finds a concept that just kills everyone with laughter. The next number gets called and Rereal explodes with excitement, cheering because he's found his match. The game keeps roaring and Ko's card keeps leveling up, its matching numbers climbing higher, steady, and unstoppable. The announcer blasts a command. If you've still got just one number left, step up and claim you've got a reach. Ko straightens up, raises his hand like a challenge, and declares with total confidence that he's got a reach. The clown grins and teases, asking if the trumpet prize will finally be his, because the prophecy says it's coming. Then, right out of the crowd, that same familiar voice yells again that she's got a reach too. It's Uchi, the young adventurer from Uen, smiling like she's got a secret, and she lifts her own card up for everyone to see. The clown clocks her at once, then confirms right away that she's someone he knows. Uchi tells him the truth. She's the adventurer he teamed up with for Town Quest all the way back in Owen. The clown calls it a fateful showdown between two acquaintances, and the tension spikes like a bomb about to go off. A few more numbers get called out, and somehow, neither of them lands a single bingo. With a dramatic flourish, the clown rows the next card on the table, and bam! It's a cold, decisive 87. Cole stares at his card, and it's brutal. He needs 88, and right now, he hasn't won a thing. And then, whoa, the number 88 on his card starts to glow and magically morph right before his eyes. He just stares, completely stunned, as the numbers on his card keep glitching and shifting before his eyes. The number 88 has just been twisted into a perfect 87. He finally clenches the full prize line, then his gut twists because something about the reward feels seriously wrong. At the same instant, Uchi erupts in cheers. She's got a winning line too. The clown bursts onto the stage, grinning from ear to ear, proudly announcing the tie and firing off cheers as both winners get their victory. It breaks down that there are both a first and a second prize, so it basically screams they've got to choose who's getting what. Uchi, the young adventurer, pauses mid-step, her eyes locked on the massive prize like it's daring her to take the plunge. Ko smiled warmly, instantly catching the wish she never even had to say: the tickets. He announces he's going for the second prize trumpet, and Archie's jaw drops in pure shock. Ko tells them he was already headed for the capital, and he's got solid, secure transportation lined up. The clown host grins and hands the first prize over to a young woman who's practically bouncing with joy. Uchi throws her thanks at Ko without holding back, her face lighting up with pure gratitude for his generosity. The clown grins and declares, "All right, second prize winner, your time is up." Uchi grins and tells Ko to hold out both hands for a quick second. With a sharp pop, she fires a party popper straight into his face. Cope snaps his eyes shut for a second, utterly stunned by the confetti storm swirling around him. Right in the middle of the celebration, someone shoves a trumpet into his hands like it's the most urgent thing in the world. The crowd erupts into applause as he stands tall, gripping that wild, unconventional prize like it's proof he's unbeatable. Iris stares at her lottery card with a dreamy sigh, swearing she was one step away from winning big. Kaz's crew erupts in laughter, realizing they were one step away from snatching the prize. Uchi strides up to Ko, stammers out an apology, and admits he shouldn't have shoved that unwanted trumpet onto him. Corey tells her not to worry at all, because he was heading there anyway. He raises the instrument like it's nothing, then shrugs and admits he can't even play it. He lifts the trumpet to his lips, and his companions stare at him, stunned and curious. A breathtaking, intricate melody bursts through the festival square, filling the air like a spell. Musical notes spill from the trumpet's bell, sweeping the crowd off their feet. Idis in Rereal listens, stunned, because the gorgeous sound he's making hits like pure magic. The whole crowd goes dead silent, utterly spellbound by his surprise performance. Serrera pinpoints the melody as Saison Slumber, the brutally hard ancient tune nobody can just play. Iris can't stop staring, letting the beautiful music hit her hard, and she can't help wondering if Ko really is all-powerful. Cove credits his fresh new talent to one thing, his versatile full assist skill and the way it carries him. The music cuts out, and the whole crew gathers close by the town fountain, standing shoulder to shoulder. Archie grins and tells the whole group, right then and there, about her lunch plans with an old woman. She gives Ko and his buddies one last wave, then breaks off and heads out. A harsh voice cuts in and demands, "So, are you the legendary Ko Kasaka?" He turned around, and there they were, an elderly man and a knight charging straight toward them. He introduces himself, Randall F. Maynard, the Earl of Maynard. Her co-observer clocks it instantly. The man's health is in rough shape. Maynard can't stop gushing as he praises Ko's fresh heroic exploits, from the Trant to the bridge. He tells you he's still crawling out of the stampede from 4 months ago. He promises Ko his full support, swearing he'll pay back the debt that's been burning in his heart. When he reaches out his hand, dread snaps into the air like a warning. Maynard gets slammed with a vicious coughing attack and starts crumpling to the ground. Rushes to the fallen Earl's side, shouting, "Are you okay?" A foul black shadowy aura starts spilling out of the unconscious man. A mean, malevolent surge creeps toward Ko, heavy with a dark, undeniable evil. A glowing invisible barrier suddenly erupts, slamming the dark aura to a hard stop. He finally realizes his transmigrated skill has completely erased that deadly high-level curse. His companions instantly clocked it for what it was, a contagious curse, spat out by some monster to spread and infect. He snaps at them to stay back, because he can feel the curse's danger crashing in right now. He can't stop wondering what's happening to the Earl, and he desperately needs more answers. His system chimes and the screen flashes. The first full analysis of the curse is finally done. It labels the affliction as Black Death, the lethal, contagious curse that kills without mercy. The system tells you to switch to the Yggdrasil branch to shut those curses down for good. Rereal stares, and a spark of recognition flares behind her eyes. Ko realizes this links straight back to the prophetic dream Rereal had. He rips the sacred, glowing branch of Yggdrasil straight out of his item box. He taps the branch against the Earl, and it erupts into a blinding glow. That deadly dark aura gets sucked into the branch, and just like that, it's gone for good. Rereal shoots back. So the curse is broken? But Ko shuts it down. Not broken, just suppressed. A massive crowd surges in around the chaos, all eyes locked on the scene, desperate to know what just happened. Ko realizes they have to flee to a more private spot, right now. They drag the Earl to a cozy inn, then tuck him in under a spotless sheet to rest. With the innkeeper's help, they snag a private room for the URL. The knight fires off, asking Ko what's going on, and Ko snaps back that the analysis is finally done. Iris bursts in and tells them the Earl is cursed with the Black Death. That night, the curse finally makes its move, right where the crowds pack in, like the festival. The victim's dead in 3 hours, and as they fall, the plague bursts out and spreads to everyone nearby. Ko states is a terrifying special power, one wielded by a monster known as the Elder Lich. That night still haunts them. 4 months ago, a brutal stampede smashed through their lands and left scars that won't fade. In the middle of that brutal battle, the Earl squared up and fought like a storm, by his side, his mages standing ready. He locked eyes with a terrifying skeletal monster, and it swung a brutal staff straight at him. They fought it off and won the moment, but it wasn't the real victory yet. As the skeletal monster scrambled backward, it snapped its head around and stared straight back at the URL. It jabbed at him and spat out a wild, rapid-fire curse, and the thing's magic hit him like a sentence. The knight curses himself, screaming that he should have pieced it together way earlier. Rivriel leans in and quietly snags Ko's attention, her serious stare saying trouble is coming. She shocks everyone by revealing she's mastered the very top tier of light magic. With Ko's nod, she slips her hands over the sleeping Earl. She snaps her focus and starts chanting, summoning the raw power of light. She throws her prayers up, begging the light to burn the curse away and cleanse her before it takes hold. With a sharp burst of pure light, a gigantic magic circle crashes down and seals the bed in its glow. Viral groaned in his sleep, still trapped under the curse's iron grip. Ririel's eyes widened with horror as she realized her strongest spell completely failed. It's the deadliest anti-curse magic ever. No curse, no defense, nothing can stand against it. Ko can't stop thinking it might be a curse with magic, one that just won't be broken. His system finishes the full breakdown, and suddenly the answer clicks into place. Rarel leans in and asks if he's finally cracked something after all that careful watching. Ko says if they want this curse to die, they have to hunt down its source and crush it. Rarel blurted, "Where the heck is the Elder Lich hiding now?" The knight insists that creature hasn't been spotted since the stampede. Iris pushes the idea of using Ko's and its auto-mapping skill to track the monster down. Serera nods in full awe, saying Master Ko and Sister Iris are straight up incredible. He co-activates the map, and it locks onto the Elder Lich hiding on Trisol Mountain. The map's night-soaked glare can't even breathe. It's stunned because that skeleton is way too close. Beneath the sheets, Lord Maynard's hand starts twitching as he finally jerks awake. Each week he shouts Ko's name, and just like that, his mind snaps back into focus. He claims he caught their conversation in secret, and now it finally clicks. He's cursed. Ko confirms that killing the Elder Lich is the only way out. Maynard breaks the news. His knights are slaughtered, and his territory is wide open for the taking. He can't shake the fear that when he dies, his young heir will spark a wildfire of chaos. He whips around to Ko, bracing himself to beg for help, anything desperate, even shameless. He leans in and asks Ko if he'll take down that Elder Lich for him. He begs Ko, his voice shaking with pure desperation and fragile hope. The knight drops to his knees and begs Ko right there for mercy, pleading to save the Earl. Ko knows the Yggdrasil branch's effect won't last, because that deadly curse is about to spread, fast. With a calm, reassuring smile, he takes their request, because he can't stand to turn his back on their suffering. A magnificent grand cabin rattles down a lonely road dwarfed by the towering mountains looming over it. Inside, Iris clocks it instantly. Their exact situation matches every last detail from Ririel's prophetic dream. Iris whirls toward Ririel, flashing a bright smile, and cheers her on for being absolutely amazing. Ririel humbly swears she's done nothing at all, claiming the only thing truly special is her own skill. Iris leans in and says Ririel's down-to-earth vibe feels exactly like Ko used to. She tells you it was his catchphrase, even as she admits his way of thinking has totally shifted now. Ko wisely breaks it down like this. The skill you master and the way you wield it becomes a piece of who you are. As Ririel softly repeats those heavy words, they sink into me like a truth I can't shake. A soft, enlightened smile blooms on her face when it finally clicks what he meant. They hop out of the carriage and the whole party strides on foot until they finally slam into a towering cliff face. Iris squints at the chaos and suddenly knows. This all feels way too familiar, like the moment they uncovered the underground city. He double-checks his map, then raps hard on the rock wall and goes, "Yep, this is the place." With a blinding flash, he slams his item box open, shattering his companion's calm in an instant. The rock suddenly disappears, and there, boom, a hidden door is exposed. Rereal leans in and demands, "So how'd you know it was here?" Coke casually drops a bombshell. Something like this happened to them back in the city of Owen. He studies the door, and that hourglass-shaped crest hits him like a clue. This one is totally different from the last. Rereal freezes, eyes bulging with terror, and instantly realizes that evil symbol on the door. She spots the crest and realizes it's tied to the evil ancient calamity cult. That shocking truth hits like a gut punch, and you can practically feel the danger closing in around them. Rereal lays it out. Back in the ancient days, that cult treated every calamity like a god and bowed to the disasters. The Magon slime straightens its glasses, and you can tell, yeah, it knows about that cursed cult too. It claims this place is probably a cultist hideout, built to block the ancients. Cole's face twists with disgust as he snaps that anyone who'd actually live here has absolutely terrible taste. He can't stop thinking. This elder lich they're hunting has got to be tied to his cult. With the door left unlocked, they charge into a long hallway of stone, lit only by crackling torches. Soon, they burst into another stretch of the cavern, and there, looming ahead, are huge, intimidating doors. He effortlessly deciphers the ancient text and instantly realizes it points to an underground chapel. He asked what kind of place this is, and the Magon slime braced itself to explain everything. The cultists crammed into this chapel to carry out filthy rituals, summoning calamities right out of thin air. The road ahead is a twisted maze of lethal traps, built to shred any intruder who dares step inside. Cobra swings his mace, sickened as he wonders what filthy rituals could have spawned in a place this vile. He pulls out his map, convinced the auto-mapping feature will guide them straight through the maze. Iris stares at the tangled layout, clocking that it's going to take forever to get through. A chilling image of suffering Lord Maynard hits them hard, screaming that the clock is almost out. Ko's face tightens, and he snaps that they've got zero time to waste here. Iris blurted out, "Let's use the map's route-finding feature," and her idea felt like it could actually work. A brilliant idea hits Ko like lightning. Bam! A perfect solution to their time-sensitive nightmare. He smirks and hauls a comically gigantic wooden mallet onto his shoulder, the one he calls his Kizuchi. He tells you this is the very first weapon he ever forged in this brand new world. A deep rumble rolls from his chest as he barks at his confused companions to back off and watch it unfold. He reckons those once useless special effects might finally be the perfect weapon for today's showdown. With a guttural roar, he jerks the massive wooden weapon back, lining up the swing like he's about to unleash a storm. The mallet slams into the stone wall, and the moment it hits, its wall-destroying S+ ability kicks in like a thunderclap. Ko stands in a fresh-made hole, and his mallet sits lazily on his shoulder like he's daring the world to come closer. He checks his map again, locks in the spot, and confirms the stairs sit right in the center of the maze. Up above, Ko just barrels forward, smashing a straight, no-nonsense path right through the labyrinth. He wears an angry grin and declares, "This is exactly the shortcut I meant." Iris and Rereal can only stare as he barrels through one more destructive, time-cutting rampage. Rereal clocks that his thoughts are way out of spec, but Iris just grins because she can tell he's having a blast. That brutal, brute force push totally pays off, and they rocket to the next level in no time. Next room, a death trap packed with pressure plates and a spike ceiling that's just waiting to crush anyone who steps wrong. Coat just chugs the potion and blurts, "We only have to dodge the dangerous tiles." With a flying potion in hand, the whole party lifts off and glides through the trapped room like gravity suddenly gave up. The next chamber is a mile-long hallway packed with 20 brutal laser turrets lining the walls. Coat just flashes a confident grin, lifting the plain wooden hand axe he forged with his own hands. He hurls the axe and obliterates every turret before they even get a chance to move. They finally smash through to the last room, and the air hits like a wall, thick with dark, ominous energy. The Magan slime tells him the room's curse can be shattered. Just pour mana straight into the crystal. He instantly gets the brutal catch. Someone has to be sacrificed right now or they'll all be stuck behind. His companions stare, faces tight with worry, fully getting just how deadly that trap really is. His face twisted into pure contempt as he snarled back at the nasty, ill-natured trap sitting right in front of them.